Hello, Internet.
Oh, there's people there.
There are people, hopefully people. We'll give it a second. But hello, friends. And welcome to Extra Life 2024 Tabletop Appreciation Weekend.
Woo.
It's a weekend out of the year that Nerd House thrives because it's what we do. We do tabletop for the most part.
You guys play tabletops?
Yeah, just tabletops, not games, actual tabletops.
Not games, just tabletops.
Yeah, I've
That's
got
what
my
we stream.
right here. We're gonna
Yeah.
just
Exactly.
Guys, there's no game.
Yes, Tabletop Appreciation Weekend, where we specialize in, where all of the streamers for Extra Life, streamers or no, do focus on tabletop games. So I know a lot of regions are doing specific tabletop events. Extra Life Chicago is doing some Warhammer stuff, some Pathfinder stuff, some Magic the Gathering stuff. It is anything and everything tabletop game related. So yeah, get involved. It's a lot of fun. Today we're going to be playing D&D. I know, shocking. But when your brain is broken, it's nice and easy.
I thought this was competitive puzzle building. I'm sorry,
Yeah.
I'm in the wrong.
It's funny you say that.
Uh-oh.
Put a pin in that one. I got a little bit of housekeeping and then we will get started. Like I said, today's stream is to raise money for Extra Life, is our charity organization, not our charity organization that we play games for and have been for the past, it'll be year 6. Yeah, that thing, this thing. It's a foundation that benefits Children's Miracle Network hospitals across the country. Our specific hospital is Lurie's Children's Hospital in Chicago, where we have raised nearly $14,500 since we started in 2019, which is insane. So thank you all for participating. I know I say this every time, but your donations and your participation, your volunteering is crazy and amazing, and I love it all. Here's to hoping we will definitely hit 15,000. I'm hoping we hit like 17,000 this year. I'm about to hit 10,000 personally, and that's my big goal this year. Extra Life gathers thousands of gamers to raise money for their local children's hospitals by playing games, video games, mobile games. Hell, you can play sports, their games, chess, anything and anything that's a game, you can raise money for it. No donation is too small, and even a single dollar can help a child get the best treatment possible. Treatments vary from actual medicine to mental health treatments to emotional support animals to just supporting the families when their child is in the hospital, anything and everything. It's a whole slew of stuff, and it all adds up very, very quickly. So even if you aren't able to donate much, or if you don't donate, just spread the word. We have socials all over the place. Just repost, share, all that stuff. Donations can be made via our widget below on our Twitch page, or by searching Nerd House on the extralife.org website. Links are also in all of these social media bios, including Twitch, as well as everything else, Facebook, X, whatever the hell, Instagram. You will need to select a team member before donating if you look us up via the team page search, but we're right there. We're the only Nerd House. And you'll just select your team member and then it'll hit donate. And for certain team members, or I think all of ours, we have donation incentives as well listed. And it wouldn't be a charity stream without some donations to fuck with everybody. We have on the screen, on our Twitch screen now, as well as it's listed on all of our socials, our incentives for today and sometimes always. Our always donation incentives, so that is every Wednesday when we play Wednesday Night Dice. These are also applicable. $5 donated, you get to give one player a D4 for them to bank for their next roll or a roll that they determine. $15 will get a D4 for all players. Typically, when we play on Wednesdays, we only have 4 players, so it's buy 3, get 1 free. Today, because we have 1 extra person at the table, it is buy 3, get 2 free. Extra special deal. So those go always
Thank
on.
you for saying it right, unlike your husband.
Dustin is special. Okay. He's special. And I can say that because I know he's watching. But in addition to our usual incentives, due to the nature of today's setting, I have decided to grant the ability for donors to add additional wandering monsters to the park. Unlike the algorithm I'll be using throughout the game to determine some additional challenges, the dice will choose from my entire list of monsters for these wandering monster donations. This incentive has traditionally been $75 or $100 just to kind of keep things even. But today, in celebration of Tabletop Appreciation Weekend, you can fuck with our players for only $25 a monster. Incentives are listed on the donation pages. I have them listed out so you can just click a button. It'll automatically go to that amount and you can just hit donate. But you can also include a note in your donation if you want the D4 to go to a specific person. Otherwise, I'll just roll like a D6 and subtract a number or whatever. And if you donate via any other team member or the Twitch widget, it should allow you to add a note. We have people keeping an eye on things. I'm keeping an eye on things. So we'll go from there. But I think that's everything for Extra Life. We'll be playing until we're done. And raising some money. So for that, let's get started. It's weird playing on a Saturday. That's not actual Extra Life Day.
It's always Extra Life Day in our heart.
So it's true. It's always Extra Life Day. I'm always spouting Extra Life shit. Always. All right. Everyone ready? With a swirl of purple arcane energy, a teleportation circle grows dim around our party collected here. Lightning crashes overhead as storm clouds burble with responding thunder and flicker with electricity. Rain falls on them, varying in intensity. And the party is deposited at the north gate of Titan Park, with the voice of their proprietor, Morris Stillsong, in their heads. Andy, thanks for the donation. D4s all around and a wandering monster. Got it. Okay. I'm gonna have to start making notes.
You giveth, you take away.
Give it the takeaway. Hold on. I need to make notes.
Oh, I'm just going to add an item to my inventory called D4s.
That's actually a good call. You can do that. All right, wandering monster.
I was trying to figure out, like, I don't have a pen and paper. What am I going to do? Oh, right. I'm on a computer.
All right. The party is deposited at the north gate of Titan Park. And actually, let me switch us over to Foundry so that our lovely viewers can see as well. With the voice of their proprietor, Morris Stillsong, in their heads. That pompous ass always liked to be the center of attention. Get to his office in the carousel, get the book, crush the crystal when you want to come back. It will activate the circle, in and out, easy. The party has been hired by Stillsong to acquire the spellbook of Titan Park owner turned kraken snack Marblecut after the disastrous tragedy only a few days ago. Word has spread quickly through the material plane of Marblecut's hubris and ultimate downfall after attempting to subdue and profit off of a hypnotized kraken. The kraken, breaking through the spell, did not take too kindly to being made a fool and ate Marblecut before ensuing chaos and terror throughout the Demiplane. However, the kraken is not the only inhabitant of Titan Park, and its release triggered the freedom of its neighbors and fellow captives. Hundreds of magical creatures and entities now roam the park freely. Our party has been given a dangerous task, but will be paid handsomely when they return to the material plane with Marble Cut's spellbook and anything else they may find interesting in hand. As the party steps from the teleportation circle set at the north gate, you do have a park map that is as recent as it can be. So you do have access to the layout of the park, and you have a member of your party who was here during the catastrophe. Roads that will give you some benefits later. But as the party steps from the fading arcane energy of the teleportation circle, we will go around and do some intros. Let's start with Barry Goodpot.
Oh, I don't want to go first. Okay. Very good pot. She's a halfling. She's short for a halfling because everyone's short that I play. Purple hair. She's just excited to do this. I don't know. She's very excited.
All right.
You say she's very excited?
Very
She's
excited.
Barry is
Okay.
very excited.
All right, Elk.
All right, I'm playing a Chorus Orb Tree, or Elk. He is a fighter druid. He switched his major at some point in life. Things change. And he is the member of the party that was here a few days ago when all of this went down. So he obviously knows that he was hired to lead this group because of all of that knowledge. And he's very excited to hopefully find his T-Rex friend that he made the other day.
Oh, that's right. He did make
He
a
made
T-Rex,
a T-Rex
friend.
friend.
Mm-hmm.
It's like temporarily with magic, but he doesn't know that.
I mean, maybe it felt something true.
It was a connection.
I hope they
Power
have friendship
friendship.
bracelets.
All right, let's go to Ian Wildheart.
I'm playing Ian Wildheart, a nature cleric of the Golden Bloom. He is a kind of nature conservationist and believes in just letting things roam. So he's probably not secretly, because he babbles a lot, trying to find ways to return these creatures back to their home planes. Whether or not he dies in the process, we'll find out.
Wonderful. Brie Lennon.
Berlinen is a Harangon, so a rabbit folk person. He's tall for a rabbit folk, short for a person, about 4.5 feet tall. But he's got this giant stone, what looks like a surfboard behind him that he's leaned up against as he munches on a couple of trail rations, and a shield strapped to his arm. He's got goggles down and his ears tied back. And he's just sort of waiting to see who's going to take the lead.
Wonderful. And finally, Olivine.
Olivine is an Earth Ganassi. She has sort of a kind of veins of olive green running through all of her skin. And it's a bit more shiny than one would expect. Very dewy skin, let's put it that way. A little more shiny than normal. She's a little taller than average height and wearing what one would describe as the equivalent of this equivalence world, like Patagonia wear. Like, it is neat, it is new. She bought it specifically for this event, and she is interested in getting information on the current state of the park, because there are a lot of people looking to sue. So she's on discovery for the prosecutors.
I love
She's
it.
just here for a good time.
Fantastic. Well, as you all...
Oh, she's an eloquence bard, just as an FYI.
Oh, yeah.
Probably
love that.
Probably should.
Love it. Excuse me. My soda exploded. All right. You all step from the north gate and the now inert teleportation circle, knowing that this is your way out. This is the Stillsong made it very clear that this is the only. There are two, as Elk knows. There are two teleportation circles. However, Stillsong only has the rune for the north gate. I believe, Elk, you all had left via the south gate when everything went down. So you are aware of a couple other exits. However, your proprietor only knows of the one.
Does not know of other exits. Really? That's not safe.
Berlinen's just cruising longboard style on this giant earthen surfboard.
You all head through the north gate. And for my players, Titan Park is very much a zoo contained in this demiplane. There are exhibits, there are buildings, there is clearly weather because it is currently raining, and storming, but it is very much an attraction, and your characters would know this too, of an attraction that very much like a certain dinosaur-themed park in our world, managed to get a lot of attention and a lot of attendees in its fervor at the time. However, here, when normally a park like this, or for Elk, even just less than a week ago, you would hear the sounds of people from all over the material plane laughing and chatting and oohing and ahhing over some creatures that they would never see if they were not adventurers. Gushing over the cute inhabitants of the Pipsqueak Park, or awestruck at some of the giant dire creatures in the dire wilderness exhibit. Instead, now it is the sounds of these creatures running wild. You hear off in the distance calls to one another and sounds of things hunting and trying to find a place in this demiplane for themselves without being able to escape. You hear, it's punctuated, those noises are punctuated by the thunder that is just constantly rolling overhead from the thick clouds that have settled. As you head towards what you know is the carousel, which on your map is this small little circle here next to the Magic Come to Life exhibit, you spot a large, multi-legged reptilian creature begin to cross your path, coming out from some brush and in front of across the sidewalk. If anyone would like to, you can roll a nature check to identify it.
How many legged? Like
a
few?
Six.
Many.
Six
Barry
legs.
just
I believe
wants
it's
to know
6
if he's
legs.
big enough, if Barry can ride it.
Nope, that's asking the important questions.
It is a medium monstrosity.
Barry could ride it.
Kind of similar to a, not quite alligator, more like a monitor, but the size of a dog or larger.
I forgot what we were rolling. I'm sorry.
Nature.
Want it. I want it so bad. Like me. I want it.
It kind of looks like a giant iguana.
Six-legged iguana.
What did everyone get for their nature check?
15 for me.
15?
17.
1.
Okay.
Yeah.
15.
You know our joke about how druids should always know nature? Yeah,
You
this one
don't-
does it. I got it too.
So who was the 17? Barry, you actually realize at the last moment, hey, thank you, Emily, for $25 and an additional wandering monster.
Bring it on.
You see at the very last moment, you recognize that this creature, before it turns to look at all of you, is a basilisk. I will give everyone a reaction at the sudden realization. Barry, if you would all like to do something before it turns its petrifying gaze upon you.
Can I ask how far away it is? Just roughly.
It is about 20 feet away.
Perfect. Does Barry warn us? Is that
Yeah,
something?
Barry does. Barry warns everyone.
I don't know, chaotic evil. I don't know.
Barry says absolutely nothing. We all get petrified.
She's so excited. No, she says probably shouts basilisk, and then like pulls her mask down like over her eyes to kind of like cover her eyes.
As she does this, funny enough, I rolled the same exact thing for Emily's donation. A second basilisk emerges from the wood, from the brush.
They're like besties.
Yes.
They mate for life.
They do.
They're like swans.
Elk, what would you like to do as you see suddenly, you realize what it is, thanks to your friend, your new party member, and see the second one?
You said only a reaction's worth of time?
Yeah, I'll say a reaction.
I am, so I'm going to like, you said we're by the carousel, so essentially I want to like
You're heading towards the carousel.
Oh, we're heading towards it.
Yeah, you guys are probably like, we'll say you're at like this little intersection at this point.
Oh, okay. All right, I thought I could dive
Can I offer one thing that might affect folks' choices?
Mm-hmm. Sure, you say it first.
For my reaction, would I be allowed to like move, say, 5 or 10 feet?
Yeah, sure.
I burrow 10 feet into the ground and go, oh, hell no. and open a 10-foot tunnel behind me that everybody is welcome to dive into.
Can Barry dive into that tunnel?
Sure, I will let you do that as well.
Ian is absolutely going.
All right.
Can we all fit in this tunnel?
Yeah,
I believe so. Let me double check because it's a new item, but it does say it leaves a tunnel behind, a 5-foot diameter tunnel. So it's just big enough one person per thing or 2 small people.
Gotcha.
As we all
try
like
to
dive down the same hole
here?
at the same time. And just get stuck.
Everybody squeeze in.
Squeeze in. There are some trees. They actually came from like a brushy kind of area that's got some bushes and like 1 or 2 taller trees.
If there's a tree that's like wherever direction they're walking, if there's a tree that's like in a different direction, like even if it's slightly back from where we came, I essentially want to just like duck behind it.
I will.
I know not all of us are going to fit down the hole.
Go ahead and make me a stealth check.
Guys, I forgot that I could cast Pass Without a Trace the moment we arrived. Should have done that. We'll do that in a moment.
Pass with a single trace.
11. Okay. Olivine.
I'm gonna do something really probably dumb.
Okay.
And,
I love it. I love dumb. When it comes to D&D, I love dumb.
I want to throw up Detect Thoughts just to have it up.
Okay, sure.
But I'd like to use Universal Speech to ask them if would you like to make a statement for the lawsuit?
Tell me about Universal Speech.
Any creatures, which is I think 30 feet of me, I can pick
creatures.
up to 5 of them.
Okay.
Yeah, it's creatures specifically. Where
She's pulling out her business card too.
Oh yeah, no, I'll leave.
Are you like an ambulance chaser?
That's what I was.
Yeah. I choose up to 5. I choose 5 creatures within 60 feet. They can magically understand me regardless of the language I speak.
Fantastic. All right. Yeah.
But I can't understand them because I did not prep any of that. So I have detect thoughts. I can maybe hear what they're thinking.
Okay.
But I'm gonna ask them if they would like to make a statement on the record.
You catch their attention. Both heads turn to look at you. I will need you to make a Constitution saving throw, please.
Yep. Mm-mm-mm. 19.
Oh yeah.
19. Yeah.
Yep. They turn to look at you, and for a moment, you're not sure if it's fear or the actual petrifying effect that they have. You feel your body try to lock up for a moment, but you kind of shake that feeling off. As they both turn their heads in that like weird, like almost like dog way and in tandem. And from one of them, the first one, you get a little bit of that like the fuck emotion from like somebody speaking. They don't speak a language, but they do understand you. And you get back, because they don't speak a language, you get back a flash in the detect thoughts. You get a flash in your brain of a literal basilisk eye view. So probably from like hip height view of the chaos from the past couple days. So you see the dashing of like humanoids, like running, screaming, every so often. Some of them are petrified. Like, yes, actually, yeah. Like you watch as like the vision kind of moves and every so often catches one of the fleeing people and they freeze and fall over.
Oh God.
And
So it's like watching Jurassic Park from the raptor point of view.
kind of, yes, actually. And Mark, thank you for your $100 donation. He has said 3 wandering monsters that don't seem to like Andy's character in particular. A D4
Thanks, Mark.
for everyone and an extra D4 for Andy. Thank you, Mark. I will make that note. Don't like Andy in particular.
Into the hole, Andy. Into the hole.
If I had known how popular this incentive would be, I wouldn't have prepped shit.
There.
Kraken shows up immediately.
Roll initiative. This is what we're doing for the next 4 hours.
We just stand here and monsters just keep coming to us.
I will make sure we continue moving along. I've compensated for that for sure. But yes, you see, I say basically you see kind of a basilisk eye view of the chaos. You also see memories, quick flashes of memories of these creatures in a confined glass box that has they look and they see themselves as if in a mirror. Mm-hmm. You can kind of give that impression that the glass it was made out of is like a two-way mirror situation, that any attendees don't have to worry about anything. The basilisks only see themselves.
Creatures kept in inhumane conditions.
4 S's and G's. Go ahead and roll me Are you proficient in animal handling? I am assuming no, but
no. No.
All right, go ahead and roll me a straight charisma check.
Straight charisma. It's a natural 20, so 25.
Phenomenal. You are able to with this connection you've made with the basilisk, they seem to gather some empathy from you, even though your empathy is clearly business based. They do not seem, with a natural fucking 20, Yeah, these basilisks continue they look at you, they tilt their heads, they share that moment,
Mm-hmm.
and then they continue to proceed walking across the other side of the sidewalk, and further down, heading towards, like, around this corner of the north gate towards this, like, open area.
I'll pull out a business card. I'll just leave this here in case you need it later. Just
You
like
see
leave
their-
it on the ground.
You see their, like, almost like iguana-like tails just
Yeah.
kind of slink off, and as they disappear into some more, like, fallen trees. Good job, y'all. So that's what this is going to be like today.
Do you explain to Elk that this is your goal? Because I took all things like beast bond and animal friendship. Like, that's all he can do as a druid.
I can only do it a couple times.
So,
I also
so
can't
you're the
understand
social
them.
worker, and she's the lawyer.
And she's the ambulance chasing lawyer. I would like
And
you
there's
to
social
remember.
I gotta make hours for the year, guys. I gotta make hours for the year.
All right. At this point, you proceed down the walkway. We'll give it a second. Yes.
Can I cast Pass Without a Trace on us?
Yes, you may cast Pass Without a Trace. How are you all? Actually, I should ask that. As Elk casts Pass Without a Trace, how are you all proceeding through this area? Are you stealthing? Are you just kind of not moseying, but moving with purpose? How are you approaching the carousel?
Longboard stealthily.
Just at least trying not to draw attention.
Okay.
Even if we can't necessarily, even if all of us aren't good at stealth, just trying to tread quickly and lightly.
Got it. Perfect. Let's have everyone roll stealth checks with your Pass Without a Trace, just to make sure that you're not attracting that kind of attention.
So that is a +10 for everyone.
That's helpful.
I rolled a 5. I rolled a 5, so 25.
Damn.
26.
Okay.
Dirty 20.
32.
Oh, no, I rolled a 6. Sorry.
Okay. Yeah, with your thankfully, you feel a bit some of you feel a bit exposed, having seen a rather deadly creature to anyone who would not be an adventurer. Realizing very quickly the stupidity and hubris it takes to run a demiplane that contains nasty creatures like this, and you can only imagine what else is hunting around here. Knowing the stories and the legend of Titan Park. So you feel a bit exposed out on this this throughway. It's basically just like with the map, it's this giant walkway with large sidewalks that move towards lead out to the gate and then further into the park. For those that are watching and those of the party who don't know, let me switch this over back to the map. This map is Brookfield Zoo in Chicago.
I knew I recognized it.
Oh, neat.
So for those that are aware of Brookfield Zoo, that's what we are basing this off of. And our party is here currently, heading to the carousel here. You all, however,
Oh God. Is the carousel still on? It's been like a few days. Is it just like
It's creepily played. With
Yeah,
no one else.
uh-huh.
actually, yes. Now that you mention it, you hear the sound of carousels playing. Thank you for doing a group hydrate for us too. Also, yeah, we have points in Twitch. So if you all, it doesn't donate or anything, but you know, it does give you that. Also, I forgot to mention because I have ADD brain. Any bits or subs that happen through Twitch, Nerdhouse will match and donate to extra. We'll take that amount and we'll donate it to Extra Life. So
sweet.
just a heads up. We typically do it. I've been trying to continually just do it throughout the year. So just a heads up that we take
We're gonna
that.
be so hydrated.
What was it?
We're gonna be so hydrated.
We're gonna be so hydrated. So yes. So if you donate bits or sub on Twitch, that still does go towards a donation. We do it like I do it monthly. So that money doesn't actually go into our pockets. It just goes straight into Extra Life. But the vulnerability you feel at the realization on how free roaming these monsters and creatures and entities are, feels a bit more comforted by the Pass Without a Trace, as you all are kind of doused in this dark shadow emanating from Elk. It matches the current kind of gloomy nature of the place. And you all are able to, very luckily, approach the carousel. The carousel is running. You can hear the music, and it is much louder now as you've approached. The carousel itself, rather large. It has numerous creatures, some of which, if you know the park, match the inhabitants in the animals that you can ride, and is turning as if somebody had left it on. It's playing.
It slows down like 30% in like music speed.
Yeah.
Randomly.
Yeah. It is definitely starting to. It is, from a mechanical standpoint, not used to running for like 4 days straight. It is definitely starting to wear and tear at this point, to the point of being creepy.
Yeah, so the music has shifted into a minor key as it slows down.
As is a good horror movie, yes.
Yeah.
I'm just waiting for the Titanoboa stuck on a treadmill.
And we know that the animals on the carousel represent things in the park, right?
Yes, I'll say yeah, sure.
Ian will be kind of looking at the animals go by and go, okay. Not good. Okay. Really not good. Okay. What is that?
Go ahead and roll me a perception check.
That's a nat 1.
Ooh. Go ahead and roll me a d4.
That one looks oddly lifelike.
Also a nat 1.
Andy, buddy. I will say, with the nat 1, you see the largest art piece on this carousel is the kraken. Very clearly the Titan of Titan Park. You see a couple other things that like, oh, okay, like I know that's not really surprising. You don't really notice anything super out of the like I'm suddenly panicking kind of mode, but like certain things you're like, okay, I knew that was here. But the big thing you see is the kraken itself. Kind of mixed amongst all of the images on the carousel, like body. It seems to be like this this art piece where the kraken itself is the carousel. It's not obvious like an octopus ride, like at a fair where it's like the octopus with like a bunch of legs. Like that's not what it's like. But the motif of the carousel is that the kraken with its tentacles interwoven amongst all of the creatures and all of the like depictions of said creatures throughout it. Very artfully done. So yes, you all are at the carousel.
Barry wants to look for a way to shut it off because the music is starting to stress her out.
Go ahead and roll me a perception check.
12.
12, no problem. Not on this side, but you start to walk around the other side and you see where like the queue would be. and there's a attendee like station with an overturned stool, but you can see a lever that has been abandoned.
She's gonna just yank it. Yank the lid just.
Um,
That music stop.
Wrong leprechaun.
Suddenly more doors open.
Oh,
Why was this here?
There were clockwork beasts all along. Oh god.
Jokes,
We
it's
have that lever.
jokes, it's a mimic.
The whole park is a mimic.
No, we've already done that.
It was a house, not a park.
It was a house.
the house, yeah.
You pull the lever and it sticks for a second, but you are able to finally kind of pull, like grasp everything and pull, and
Is it like really loud too? Is it like a loud?
yeah, it's kind of loud. You can tell that this mechanism again is not used to running for 3 or 4 days straight. The music becomes even creepier as it like really really comes to a halt, and just like when animatronics start to die and the noise gets all funky and slow and yeah, very much that. But eventually the carousel comes to a smooth-ish stop, and each of the seats, I don't even know what they're called. The not carousel horses come to a crawl as well, and the carousel stops.
As this is happening, I don't trust like whatever's gonna come near us, essentially. So I would like to use one of my uses of Wild Shape to instead do Wild Companion, and I'm going. It basically just lets me use Find Familiar without components.
Nice.
And I'm going to summon like a tiny little hawk, and then I just want him to basically constantly be circling above us.
Okay.
And like, maybe a little further out from where we're going. He's just our lookout the entire time.
Perfect. We can do that. How long does that last?
He lasts 1 hour.
1 hour. Perfect. All right. Yeah, you are able to summon that spiritual kind of companion and basically just release into the sky, and you watch as he begins to circle. Yeah. So the carousel has stopped. Anything else everyone would like to do?
Is there like a sign around here somewhere that's like these attractions in this direction, these attractions in this direction?
Yeah, actually, there's at pretty much every kind of intersection of a sidewalk, there are those like crossroad signs for sure.
So I'm probably just over there reading the sign and kind of looking in the distance at different buildings and other stuff, just trying to like get my
your bearings. Perfect. I'll say that just for simplicity's sake, anything that you see in the immediate area, based off the map, your character would know kind of the general direction of things, with studying that.
Ooh, petting zoo.
Yeah.
It's all one
Cool.
big petting zoo
Sim-
now.
Mm-hmm.
I will similarly be looking for like a pamphlet or a map that would normally be found.
Okay, go ahead and roll me a investigation check for that, or perception.
Because I'm not very intelligent. So that's a 13.
13. You do find actually on the side of the podium where Barry is at, there's like one of those like plastic holders that has a bunch of the pamphlets and like maps and stuff that they'll hand out. And this one has, similar to what Elk has, is like a pull out like trifold map with like the park spread across it on one side, and then the back has like a bunch of like historical stuff and, come see this, and like some coupons for one of the like some of the food things and all kinds of stuff like that.
And I'm assuming, based on being Brookfield Zoo's as the inspiration,
Yes.
that's the gift shop.
Correct. Yep, that's a gift shop.
Absolutely making a mental note for the escape.
Okay. Good to know.
You're gonna
So
get
on-
souvenirs.
Gotta get a coffee cup.
I survived Titan Park.
I mean, at some point, you could sell that on the equivalent of eBay
Yeah.
for like so much money. On the map that we got, did proprietor, whose name escapes me now, Boss Man, did he like put a circle like this is the building you're trying to get to where we think the book is, or are we just adventuring?
So go ahead and roll me a history check.
You know, you keep making me do these things that require skills that he doesn't have. He does the shooty shoot, okay?
He does the shooty shoot.
Gonna quest about and find out.
5.
5. Okay. Even with a 5, you remember that so your proprietor, Stillsong, mentioned to get to the carousel, get to the office in the carousel. In the carousel. Even with a 5, and I will give this to you because you've been here before and you were here as a tourist, not as an adventurer. There is lore, I guess would be the best way to say it, that Marblecut used his the carousel as an office to keep an eye on a magical place to keep an eye on everybody and kind of be like in the mix without actually like mingling with the folk.
Seems legitimate.
That's creepy.
Similarly to
is-
how Walt Disney would do it. Walt Disney had an office on Main Street in Magic Kingdom and would sit and work and watch attendees. Still creepy.
creepy.
But similar kind of vibe. Although I believe back in the day when Disney did that, it was not well known. This is very much like kind of like, you know, that this character leaves from this door. He did not keep it a secret. But however, looking at the carousel, it does not appear like it is tall enough to have like any sort of room currently like on top of it. It's not like there's like a big bulbous like bowl on top or anything like that.
Just an orb.
Yeah. Just a giant snow globe. He just sits in this glass like a fucking David Blaine and just sits in this glass box. Yeah. 100%.
Little sign saying "Do not tap on glass."
Yeah.
Does it look like? Good.
Okay.
I just get. You were probably going to say the same or similar thing that I am. I'm just trying to see if there's any. It looks like there's a secret door or
Yeah,
something of that nature. That leads
there's
into-
Go ahead and roll me
Yeah.
investigation checks. Or if you have any other items, spells, anything like that, just let me know what you guys are doing to look for this access.
Yeah, Belen will probably
What is
back
that
up a little
face
bit.
for?
the judgment of my character sheet. That one.
Trying not to destroy the sidewalks entirely in case we want to use this place again. Head back into the dirt a little bit and
Okay.
then start tunneling underneath to see if there's like
Mm.
I can burrow, but not through like solid stone. So looking
Sure.
for, is there a room here that I'm just gonna smack into?
Mm.
Got it. Okay. What did everybody get?
I got a 9.
3, 9.
8.
Wow. You guys do have D4s. You should
We
have a
do.
bank of D4s
Oh,
as well.
Yeah, I'm gonna.
Oh, that's true.
You don't have to use
I'm gonna-
them, but a
I'm
4 is
gonna
probably
waste it
not
on
going to
a
help
three.
you. Yeah, 3 is probably not going to help
I got
you.
11 now. I decided to waste one.
11?
I got 11 now.
Andy?
12.
12.
Instead of looking for the magic or a hidden door, I'm going to ritual cast Speak with Animals.
Okay.
See if I can overhear just any of the chatter
Sure.
of the things existing here.
Okay. And then Tina.
21.
There it is. Okay, perfect. Cool. I don't have to make anything up on the fly. and it happens if your party rolls shit. It's happened. All right, so unfortunately, Barry and Elk don't see a whole lot. You don't see any like anything different. You're kind of focused on how creepy this place is when there's no one around. And just like the
I'm explaining
destruction.
how cool it was before. I'm like, no, but like last time it was so cool. There's that thing over there.
Barry's like really into
Barry's
it.
just nodding.
Yeah.
Was the food good?
Oh, for sure.
I think some of the food is still good.
Absolutely not. I wouldn't even do that.
Are you
Do you like mold?
I mean, I don't know. I haven't tried it.
I'm sure the nacho cheese is still fine, as long as it's hot.
I mean,
True, the heat
That's
would
probably-
burn any badness on it.
you just have to get the bag of cheese out of the back.
I'm gonna remind everyone, this we do the charity for kids. The stream not for kids. Kids do not do anything we say. Just trust me on that.
Don't eat 4-day-old food, please.
Please and thank you. All right. Berlenin, you dig beneath the carousel and do not find any sort of like stone like box or any sort of like
Any like worked stone, like anything
Yeah,
clearly
you don't-
ordered up.
no, you see a little bit of like reinforcement, like kind of thing, but like nothing out of the ordinary. I will say, digging around down here, you do notice some other burrows.
How big are they?
That's a very good question.
Mine are 5 feet across. Are these
5
bigger
feet?
or smaller?
In varying sizes, no bigger than yours.
Okay, all right.
Andy, you listen. Roll me. What was your perception check?
That will be a 22.
Perfect. In this area, there are some free roaming. Actually, you know what? We'll say this.
Wandering
me.
monsters. Here they come.
uh,
It's time.
yeah. Actually, we'll burn one of Mark's free roam or wandering monsters as a flock of. You actually see, like, looking around and hearing chatter. Okay, they're technically not animals. Fuck it. I'm just gonna bend the rules here. A flock of fairy dragons is set up in a nearby tree, kind of chattering to one another. And they are very clearly talking about you guys.
They're talking shit.
And a little bit, like, they're kind of mouthy. And, like, clearly talk, like, to anybody else, it's, like, just, like, noise. It's, you know, a little bit of hissing, a little bit of, like, bits and pieces of, like, some sort of draconic something. But to Ian, you definitely understand, like, you know, you guys have caused a bit of an upstir. They are talking about different creatures. You hear mention of a very large. A pair of them are fighting over a huge creature that they saw that has scales, but they can't decide if it's a dragon or another basilisk. And one says, yeah, but basilisks have 6 legs. This one was only standing on 2. Yeah, but it didn't have wings, so it clearly wasn't a dragon. Yeah, well, its big fat head clearly wasn't a dragon. It didn't breathe fire. And, like, it's just them bickering back and forth about it. So you have that option if you'd like to try and speak with them.
Ian will almost absently, like, talking to the group, but not to anyone in particular, go, oh, hey, check it out. There. I know those words. Oh, what are... hey, up there. Could you help us find the thing?
a bunch of heads just turn, like serpentine heads turn to look at you, and you see these fairy dragons, and they're smaller sized, like they're small sized, about the size of a cat each, but with fairy wings and in like pastel colors, very like pleasant and pretty, but they look at you with the intense hate of a peacock. And they look at you and like they kind of lower their heads and they say, "What do you want?"
Well, we're looking for a book, but for right now, we're looking for a door.
A door?
Did you see a guy going into this thing, pointing at the carousel?
And you just hear like a scatter of like a door, a door, a door, a guy, a guy, a door, a door, a guy, a guy, a guy. This thing, that thing. And like it starts to like they were talking to each other, but for some reason like the chatter just kind of devolves into them echoing each other a little bit, kind of like seagulls. And they look at you and they go, roll me a persuasion check.
Barry is now just staring at this scene, just like.
That's a 12.
12. Where's the name to post? Hey, with a matching 12. Some of them kind of look like they're about to like ready to kind of leap off of this tree at you, and you feel like sudden a little bit of panic, but then one breaks the like cacophony that has happened in this tree and goes, the door's over there, the door's by your friend, and looks at Olivine, who has come around the carousel on the opposite side of the lever. And Olivine, you've actually come into the queue, like through the queue ropes and closer to the carousel itself. You spot, just as like these little fairy dragons are getting Ian's attention and Ian pointing you in that same direction, Olivine, you see a door cut out into the core like pillar of the carousel, like the center point.
Door.
The door. And like you just hear like the echoing. And suddenly it's like a little excited, like, you did it, you found the thing, you're such an idiot, we did it.
What language are they speaking?
So they are, you know what? That's a very good question if they actually speak. Hold on.
I speak Draconic.
And I speak Sylvan, because I know they're fairy dragons. So I don't know which one.
Fairy
Yeah.
dragons speak Draconic and Sylvan. So you guys hear like Ian, you understand them no problem, but anybody with Draconic or Sylvan absolutely hears just like those bits, door, and like and just like constant echoing and back and forth until it becomes like. Have you ever seen those toys? And I'm gonna just do this because this is my DM. Is that I'm just gonna metaphor everything. Those toys that record what you've said and say it back to you.
Yeah.
And but if you put two of them together, it just becomes like, it's cute at first, but then it becomes a garbled mess after like 30 seconds. That's what's happening. Is like the feedback loop is just like, oh, that's cute. They mimic, and then it just becomes like morphed and mutated noise until all of a sudden like the specific words just become like basically screaming because they can't hear each other over it.
At the point where it starts screeching, I probably am throwing a shield in the tree.
Okay.
Just trying to scatter them. Like,
Roll me.
Like, oh my god! Shut up!
Roll me an attack check.
That is a thing that I can do. It's on my sheet, probably. Oh, it's not actually on my sheet because shields don't usually have attacks.
Shields typically don't have attacks. Yeah,
But
whatever
this
you're.
one does. So I'll use the dagger because it's the same attack
that's fine.
modifier. Normal 11.
11. You huck the shield into the tree. It doesn't hit any. You know, they're little. Nah, they got armor class 15. You huck the shield into the tree. It doesn't hit any of them, but suddenly the tree explodes with all of these, like, just the color it's crazy the difference in color as like this cloud of fairy dragons erupts from this tree. Like, it was so dreary and gross here, and all of a sudden it's like Lisa Frank vomited. And all of a sudden this swarm streaks out from the tree, scared at the shield, and starts dive bombing. And because Mark's such a good friend, a quarter of them go towards the thrower of the shield. The rest go towards the person that was talking to them, because suddenly, hey, you were the thing that we were talking to last. Surely you are the source of this discontent. And they just all dive bomb. I need
I apologize.
So that is a wandering monster. I need actually, you know what? I'm just gonna need dexterity saving throws from everybody as you are beset by a cloud of fairy dragons. And then your decisions. Thank you, Ashley, for our $15 donation. Everyone gets a D4 as well.
How many D4s are we got now, guys?
Dexterity saving throws.
Dexterity saving. Okay. We should have 3 unless you've used one. Except Andy has 4. Unless he's used them. You got an extra
I'm
one.
using one of those to add on to my dexterity saving throw.
30-20 for elk.
Perfect.
16.
Okay.
10.
Okay.
16 for Brill as well, although
Brill.
I can add something to it, but I'm trying to 16 for now.
Okay. And then Olive.
26.
Oh, yeah.
25.
No
I
problem.
can't add. No, 26. I still can't add.
It's fine because
Beth.
you know, I wouldn't be your DM if I didn't roll garbage. The just mess of fairy dragons as they all go to dive bomb your group. They're tiny sized, but that's like a whole... They still can run into each other. And it's suddenly, like, as they get down to the ground, start to, like, dive and, like, get in each other's way as they are all trying to get to you all. Now, you still have a cloud of frightened and panicked and slightly angry tiny dragons coming at you all. But currently, no one is being hit or taking damage as they start to come from the sky at you all.
Sorry.
What would you all like to do?
Does the door have a knob?
The door does have a knob.
Cool. I'm going to go touch the door and try and open it.
It is locked.
Well, that sucks. Door's locked.
All the way! And I will ramp off of, like, the edge of the carousel, you know, kick flip the earth board
Sure.
into standing up against the wall and pull out my thieves' tools.
That's so cool. So cool. All right. Andy, go
While
ahead.
being swarmed by those fairy dragons, I'm going to pop off a word of radiance and just say, sorry, as I'm doing that blasting radiant light to drive them off.
What is the
It's a 17 con save.
Okay. I'm just gonna roll like 3. Now you roll 2 nat 20s. Unbelievable. I will say you do manage to hit like a third of them. And it does kind of blow them, almost blows them back. And they do panic at the sudden like burst of arcane energy, that it does give you a little bit of breathing room. As they start to like, not so much dive bomb, but now start to like circle and like swoop through the air around all of you. Braille, I need either Thieves' Tool check if you're proficient in Thieves' Tool check or Sleight of Hand.
24 thieves tools.
Yeah, with no problem, you are able to, like, even with the chaos happening, you are able to pick the lock and the door, the handle turns and swings open. This, like, curved golden door just kind of swings open, and you all, inside you see this, like, this spiral staircase that goes up the tube.
Up the tube?
Yeah, like up the pillar. Like the base is at your
How
feet.
tall is this carousel? I thought we said it was like, it's not very big enough to have
It's not.
like a... Okay, all right, cool. Just checking.
Yep, no, you're good. It's not.
Non-Euclidean bullshit is happening.
Magic!
Inception.
I back out of the door and I go, magic bullshit, and I grab my board.
For those playing at home, remember this park was owned by a pompous windbag of a wizard.
So like just a standard wizard.
So just a standard wizard. Yeah.
I look at the group, I'm trying to find the most magical looking person in the group, and I just, magical bullshit.
All right. You all rush inside? Fleeing from your fairy dragon friends?
Yes.
Yeah.
Best to let the
Lucky to come with
swarm
us.
calm down.
Pocket.
Find a new place to roost, maybe.
Yes. The hawk does swoop into the door and kind of lands on your shoulder. And you all dash inside and slam the door shut. A la Tippy Hedron. You hear not birds, the sound of like scaly bodies start to hit the door. Not enough to make any damage, but definitely in a attempt to chase you. In front of you, you all kind of like cram in a little bit. Barry's like very just like content as a small sized creature of just like, hey. You actually,
Cozy.
Cozy. You actually all see the wrought iron twisting staircase going up into darkness above you. You're at the base of the carousel, so you know a good couple heads taller than you. This kind of leads into darkness up.
I assume the answer to this question is no, but I'm going to ask anyways because
Sure.
it's funny. These fairy dragons, I assume they're not like holding anything or carrying anything or wearing anything, but I do have an ability that whenever anybody misses me with an attack, I can try to sleight of hand check, steal their stuff.
Okay.
Occasionally I'm like, ooh, nope, that's scale.
I was gonna say, yeah, roll me a sleight of hand check.
Just like pushing them out of the way with the shield and like reaching the hand under and trying to snag something.
Yeah, go ahead and roll me. Sleight of hand.
I mean, I feel like
25.
they kind of are like the crows of.
Oh yeah, for sure. Like again, if you've ever been to an American zoo, more than likely not, you have free roaming peacocks.
Yeah.
Oh, we have pigeons.
Well, also pigeons, but yours doesn't have peacocks because like Midwest, super peacocks
No.
like everywhere, and they just hang out.
They
We do
just-
not have peacocks.
That's
that
not
I'm
like it.
aware of.
Okay, all right.
I
So
don't
for
think
those
that's
that
big.
are unaware,
Because the Detroit Zoo has free roaming, and it used to at least have free roaming peacocks too.
for those that are aware, apparently it's only in the Midwest. Many zoos
Midwest.
have domesticated peacocks that just kind of meander through the zoo. They're not in an exhibit. They hang out in exhibits. I've
They
seen
just go wherever they want.
they just go wherever the fuck they want. I've seen more than one in the lion exhibit at Brookfield. So like they just kind of hang out. They rule pretty much the whole place. That's what these guys are. With a 20 something,
25.
25, you do get a handful of scales for sure. You also snag you snag something off of one of them that like was hanging from like around, like wrapped around their leg, and it's one of those like it's a lanyard basically that's got like Titan Park logo on it and has like a little keychain. And it's like a shiny little keychain that clearly was collected, but had been lost by whomever had dropped it.
I just
I
look at
just
my-
saw there was a new option for points.
There is a new option for points, which is dance check. Thank you, Ash. So now
Sorry,
we dance. The reason we do this is because Discord's a bitch, and we have to make sure that we're not frozen sometimes.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
That's right.
Okay.
So
I want
if you'd like to
Dance.
watch a bunch of white people dance, come to Nerd House Tabletop. Because there's only a few members that have rhythm. Clearly, I'm not one of them. Anyway,
Not it.
so that's what you get from the pseudo dragons. You all, I assume, head up the stairs.
I will
Yeah.
cast light.
That's-
Not be in the dark.
Yeah,
Can
how
I
dark
send
is it
Hawk
in there?
first?
do I have?
You can send Hawk first. It is relative. It's dark after you close the door. There's no light. You can see a little bit of light, like ambient light underneath the door, enough that you guys aren't like in total pitch black darkness. But it is pretty difficult to see. Until at the same time as Ian casts light, the Hawk is released up. You all watch as the spectral Hawk heads up between kind of that core center of the staircase, of a spiral staircase, uninhibited. You follow and you watch as maybe like 3 or 4 turns of the staircase above your head, the Hawk flies straight up and then vanishes as it crosses a certain threshold. And in the light, this threshold almost sparkles.
Do I lose the
No.
telepathic connection?
You do not lose the telepathic connection.
Is it still alive? Barry's asking.
Can I use like an Arcana to
Yeah, I can hear him. I can hear him.
Yeah, you can use that.
try and deduce what type of magic this might be?
Sure.
23 to see what he sees.
To see what he sees. Perfect. Okay.
15.
15 for Arcana?
Yeah.
So we'll do Arcana check first and then we'll do the Hawk perception. The Arcana, you see that this is there was no spark of like magic hitting magic when the Hawk went through. There was no resistance. It's clearly some sort of magical, almost like a barrier, but it's clear some things can go through it. It is arcane in nature. It gives off the slight glitter just because of the light, but it almost looks like something you would pass through. Kind of like an anti-magic field, but you don't get an anti-magic feeling from it. So you still get that like ozone-y smell from magic.
Yeah.
But nothing like a trap or anything like that. You feel like it's just another threshold. Thank you, Mike, for the sub gifts. Much appreciated. I will write that down too. For the Hawk, you watch through the Hawk's, it's like through the Hawk's eyes, or do you get like a telepathic, just so like a familiar, right?
It's a familiar.
It's familiar. Okay, cool. The sound of your teammates goes away, and you suddenly get probably better vision than you have currently. As the Hawk passes through the threshold and lands on the back of a chair, like a wingback chair. The Hawk looks around, and you see a warm office, circular in nature, that has windows that look out around the immediate area. So you can see funny enough, you see the flock of fairy dragons still circling the carousel. There's a small there's a desk, not very grand, pretty subdued in decor. There's bear with me one moment. There's there's windows at each of the cardinal directions, and then walls, like paneled wood walls. And those wood walls are covered in different portraits at varying sizes. But it seems pretty humble kind of office.
But there's no, as far as Hockey can tell, no creatures up here.
He does see, and what catches his attention as a hawk, probably more than anything, even though it's a magical entity. Let me find it. A small, like, turned over box in a corner that seems to kind of wiggle a little bit, but it's like a shoebox shaped size. And that's what catches attention, is this movement of like kind of like shifting a little bit, but nothing like lashes out and attacks.
Elk will pull his vision back and explain to the group, looks like a pretty basic office. There's something up there that like looks like it's stuck in a small box, but being small doesn't mean it can't kill you, so proceed with caution.
Good to know.
All right. You all proceed up the stairs?
Yeah.
Cool. You head up the stairs, and as you approach the this magic barrier, as you cross over that horizontal threshold, you can feel the like. It almost kind of feels similar to, maybe it's not similar. Like a truncated version of that, how you feel when you're in the teleportation circle. It's not quite as long of a feeling of being like stretched and pulled apart and like teleported, but kind of. And you all step up through the floor into an office that's about the size of the base of the carousel. And I'm just going to break it down for you. You're clearly on top of the carousel. You can see the fairy dragons through the windows. You see the hawk sitting on the back of the wingback chair at a small desk. But you're very clearly sitting on top of the carousel, but it's obviously not a room that is visible there or that is like part of the structure. Bullshit wizard shit, essentially.
Wizard shit.
Bullshit wizard shit. But yes.
Wizards fucking around, though, I guess. I'd be out of a job if they didn't.
Yeah. Well, this one fucked around and found out. So.
and got eaten.
Yeah,
Do we think
that's what he found out.
Do we think his book got eaten?
Sure, hope not.
Should remember.
Don't they like have to carry them around
Rhodes
because they can't remember their
remembers
shit?
that he had the book in his hand, I think.
Mm-hmm.
That doesn't mean that was his only copy of the book.
I mean, if Elk wants to roll if you want to roll something for Elk, you can. I don't know what you could roll. I mean, you could roll anything. You could just buy anything.
I guess, I don't know, an Arcana check, or he's trying to like think about like, the little magic I know is just because animals are cool, so he doesn't really know Arcana like that.
Sure.
But he's trying to understand like, would this a-hole have another copy of his spellbook? Or was that like really just, I don't know, he's just trying to understand like, oh crap, did he take a job without thinking about it? It sounds like him.
Yeah, go ahead and roll. Yeah, go ahead and roll Arcana. Sure.
That's a 8.
You're not sure. You get the idea. Like, you knew Marble Cut enough, at least his public persona, which to a guy like this, he's pretty much as how he is in private as he is in public. Is kind of a pompous asshole that, like, it's possible he had his book with him when the Kraken attacked, but more than likely, like, a wizard of that stature probably has copies. So you may not... You think maybe we won't have to go reach down a Kraken's throat for this book.
Yeah, we're not getting paid enough for us to do that. So
No.
if there's not an extra copy of this book, and we'll just take whatever we can out of the gift shop and hawk it on the internet, and that's fine.
I want to try some of the food first, though.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Mm.
I will
I'll
say
give you my card if you need to sue.
Could I still sue if I eat rotten food from a park that I know is closed?
You can sue for anything if you have a good argument.
Really?
I'll give this
Thinking a lot of things now.
Oh God.
I'll give you this too, that you remember watching Marble Cut during the Kraken show at Titan Lagoon, and you don't remember, like, the book he was holding was smaller. Like, he was holding it, but he was also doing other things that, like, it didn't, for a wizard, and I justified this with the Arcana check of, like, knowing the way this guy was and how, like, not influential, but like a high status wizard like this that can create an entire demiplane. The spellbook he was holding seemed rather thin during that. So it's possible he had like a copy that was only for like the things
Kraken
needed to
Charming.
yeah, kind of just like the Kraken Charming book possibly. Like you kind of get a feeling that maybe that's not the one.
It's like having a pocket dictionary versus
Yeah.
your actual
Yes,
dictionary.
exactly.
Did
Spark
he
Notes
die
version.
doing a
Guide.
show with the Kraken?
Oh yeah, yeah.
I didn't. Okay, so he died like doing one of those like stupid like, ooh, here's a.
Yeah,
Yeah, it was really great. Essentially, it seemed like he was trying to recast the spell, and I think the Kraken said "big F you," and spell didn't work that time. He got eaten. I should
Did he
probably be
get eaten?
traumatized.
Did he get eaten like right in the middle of the show? Like it just came and oh.
Pretty much, yeah. Thousands of people saw it.
Wow, I wish I had seen it. Because I mean, it's something you probably see once in a lifetime, and it's just kind of a bummer that I don't
Well,
get that once in a
I mean,
lifetime.
maybe that Kraken's still here, correct? There is still a
Yeah,
Kraken.
but I don't want to see any of
Probably.
you guys get eaten by it because I think I like you guys.
That's fair, I guess.
Thanks.
So you want to witness this on a unrelated person.
Yeah, someone I don't know, because if I know the person, then I will feel bad.
But you won't feel bad if it's someone that you don't know.
I guess it depends on. I would say it depends on the person, but I wouldn't know them, so I guess I wouldn't feel bad. I don't know. Barry's just gonna walk away now and start looking for the book.
Empathy very dependent on degrees of separation.
all right. What would you all like to do?
We should root around this office.
Yeah, Barry's
Yeah.
gonna look for the book.
All right, go ahead and roll
Just-
me
We're just
investigation
trying to
checks.
avoid looking at that box because it's gonna distract her, the small box. So she's like looking pointedly anywhere but at the little box.
Okay, go ahead and roll me perception checks. Perception or investigation, I'll say.
Can I use the hawk to give myself advantage? Like make him help me? I don't usually have a familiar. I can't remember the rules. I'm trying to read this.
Yeah, they can give you the help action.
They can do the help. Sweet.
You can help action. That's why
Yeah.
familiars are great in battle.
I feel like a bird. It just like picks up different things and shows them to you. That's just like this,
No.
this.
Eh? Eh?
Book.
No.
Big book.
Get like an inkwell.
It's all just shiny shit.
Yeah.
I rolled an 11 for
Okay.
perception.
I only got a 6, so
perception.
I'm also looking at the shiny shit.
Shiny shit. Okay. 12, 11,
19.
6, 19. Hawk.
I'm just
Knowing that it's
looking for
a
valuables.
wizard looking
Oh
for
wait,
anything
no,
magical
lies.
or probably magical.
Okay.
21.
21.
Yeah, I really suck at math today, guys. Like really suck.
The energy drink hasn't
investigation,
kicked in
though.
yet. Okay. Hawk Kid.
Natural 20, but there's
Woo.
nothing I'm adding to that. So just a 20.
Hey, it's still a natural 20.
Yeah.
It's
Okay.
all the hawks help.
All the hawk. Yeah, it's okay.
Make hockey.
Okay. For you all are looking around. You see like baubles, and it's weird that this place doesn't really feel like a workshop type office. It actually, like, everything is very clean, put away, almost feels kind of staged in a sense. The big thing most of you see are like, you do see like there's a stone bust of marble cut, like, obviously. A bookshelf full of books. The two big things that you do notice, and I'll say Rhodes with the natural 20, and correspondingly Tina as well with the 20 whatever. 20 plus math.
21.
21. You start to realize, and who rolled the lowest? It was an 11, a 12.
I think there was an 11.
I rolled a 6.
I had an 11.
6. Okay. So for the two highest, you start to like notice, like, looking around, you're like, there's not really, like, you pull out one of the books off the bookshelf and it's actually blank. Like, there's like some like random title of, like, adventures in the ethereal plane, but then you open it and it's like clearly just a blank like notebook journal, like it's a dummy book. You start to pull them down and there's nothing. They actually look like relatively untouched. The spines aren't cracked. There's no like folded pages. There's no sponging of ink. They look new-ish. You continue to look around, and you two specifically, and I'll say the rest of you all kind of start to get that vibe of like, there's nothing of substance here. There's no like personal items really. There's no used items. It's all kind of like it's like as if it was the first day of opening. And the quills are new. The feathers aren't mashed or like separating. There's no ink stains on the desk. Even the chair doesn't really seem sat in, like once or twice, but like there's no like body indentation in the leather.
Question.
Yes.
How long was the park open before this all happened?
Years.
Okay, so it is very strange that this office looks cool.
Yeah, to the point, and long enough that it's strange that this doesn't seem
like it was used.
Used. Yeah, or used like often, as someone would claim as an owner would claim to want to be keeping an eye on this area.
And we've heard rumors supposedly that people saw him going in, like
they would see people going in. You obviously, no one saw like through the windows because you guys couldn't see anything from the ground outside. But yeah, there would be like, sightings of marble cut going into the carousel, blah blah blah, like that kind of stuff for sure. The two that rolled the highest, though, the one thing you do notice is that on each of the walls there are portraits. And those portraits are almost they vary in subject for the most part, but it's clear that each like picture, or like not picture but like painting, is of different creatures. And in most of those pictures, marble cut is also there, pointing to like a standing in front of another glass case similar to the basilisk, but this glass case is filled with noxious like acid green fog. Elk, you notice some landmarks in the park. The fountain, the archway to Titan Lagoon is there, and he's like really small, and like you can see a couple of rangers. You see Ranger Dave in a picture.
Ranger Dave.
And like things like that, like you see, but they all look kind of promotional photos, if anything. There's no real like emotion to them. Elk specifically, you notice that of these pictures, one is prominent. And it is Marble Cut next to Titan Lagoon. Next to a feeble-minded kraken. And like you see, like he is standing, it's a weird angle. You see the lagoon, you see like almost part of the head of the kraken, which you have seen. And behind them is the arena. So it's almost as if, like, you know, that platform that he had been standing on during the show? It's almost kind of like from that, but the arena is behind them. And you see the viewing area, you see the section where your group had been, and actually the building itself kind of goes a little bit higher than that viewing area. And you see windows like above where like the bleachers and everything would be. And this portrait is like clearly the crown jewel of this whole collage. I'm hearing Dustin yell, and I know he's playing Helldivers. And I just heard, let me in, let me in, let me in.
Somebody's trapped outside with the fairy dragon.
Someone's... Brill.
Ranger Dave. It's Ranger Dave.
It's Ranger Dave.
He's been stuck here for the last 4 days.
Brill. You get distracted by the box that seems to kind of give like a little bit of a rattle. Like
Is it locked?
It's not locked. It's almost like overturned. And it's kind of scooting, like it's moving as if the thing on inside is like shifting, like trying to move, but the box is stuck on top of it. And
you know that thing you do if you've got a mouse trapped and you've got like a hammer, it's just that with my shield, and I lift it up and I'm like, ha!
You lift it up and you see inside is this just this tiny ball of fur with 2 big eyes that just like emerge from like caramel colored fur. And it's only like this big.
It's either Fizzgig or a Soot Sprite, and I don't know which.
Kinda. And just covered in this like very soft hair, and it gives you these big like puppy dog eyes. That's in the chat.
I reach into a pocket and pull out like a little ration, and I take a little tiny bite and I pass it over, trying to like just show that like this is safe here.
And it kind of like scoots back into the box, like the tilted box a little bit, and then comes out and immediately like doesn't bite your hand, but immediately goes for the ration, and you feel the soft fur like brushing your fingers and everything as it does. Like it eats the ration in like with one like it kind of unfurls actually, and you see that it's if I can show you this without showing you like
oh my god.
My gosh.
That's cute.
I want one.
so like it unfurls and you can see like it's like these I don't know if it's its ears or like big bunny ears like yours actually that kind of unfurl.
I'll take my little hair tie off mine and just boop.
And it like gives big eyes and like immediately starts to kind of crawl up your shoulder, like up your arm, like not maliciously, not trying to eat anything, but like immediately like, okay, you look like me, you're a friend, and just immediately just starts to go up your elbow and then starts to head up to your shoulder and just kind of settles like right here.
I've never been so excited to fail a roll. This is the best.
As it's like quietly munching, like it's perched with its
nothing
ears.
to the rest of the group who's all like very intently looking at things, but I'm just occasionally watching them looking for stuff again, and I'll like take half a bite of beef jerky and then like pass the other half over.
It's just like it just munches very quietly.
I just walk over to somebody. I just the nearest person to me, probably Ian, to just be like, What you got there? The book looks.
Is my
Is
speak
that
with
an empty
animals
book?
still active?
How long does that last?
10 minutes.
Yeah, I'll say it's still active.
I will look at the creature sitting on your shoulder and go, "Hey there, little buddy. Are you friendly? Are you venomous?"
It gives this like gentle cooing noise. It doesn't speak a language, but it just like gives this like gentle cooing noise, and you swear if you could hear inside its brain, it would be like white noise. Like it's all no thoughts.
No thoughts, only precious. Great.
Exactly.
I get that.
And it doesn't like respond in any sort of words, but like gives this kind of like just gentle, like just nibbling and just kind of vibe of, you know, I am now one of you.
Oh, we have a mascot now.
I've just accepted it already, and I'm just passing it food. I walk around the group going, "What do we got?"
And
What's its
Candace
name?
He's always here.
probably also has been trying to decipher the arcane runes on what's equivalent to a granola bar wrapper
Yeah,
that he's just
100%.
never seen before. Oh, this is just Sylvan. Oh, that's not important.
Or you get the like the lorem ipsum
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
in
it's
a lot of
placeholder
this.
text.
Even more fitting for this.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah. So that's what you all, that's the long-winded way of saying that's what you all find in this place.
Once I finally notice the Briaz's thing, I'm just gonna be like, if that thing decides to eat you later, I'm not helping.
Do you think it's like a snake where it's jocking on a hinge so it can eat bigger things?
Oh, that'd be cool.
Quite
Just being a
possibly.
turkey, that would be cool.
Barry is hearing that as possibly, just yes, 100%. Like, what's gonna happen later?
This is probably gonna be a stupid thing to do. 50-50 shot.
I love it.
But after, declaring, I'm not going to help you if your new friend eats you,
Mhm.
Elk is going to go to the portrait, like the dominant one that has
Mhm.
the
The kraken.
words. Kraken, thank you. And he just wants to, like, gently poke it because a part of him thinks that, like, it's going to transport him to the other side of the park. And he doesn't want to be instantly transported, but he just wants to know.
You reach out and your fingers touch the canvas. Words are hard. The canvas, you feel the paint beneath it. It's got a little bit of give like canvas does, but there's no like magic feeling to it. Yeah, no magic feeling to it.
Okay. That's good to know. Wouldn't have been surprised if he had given himself, like, fast travel. But he wasn't that smart. Okay. But Elk will just gonna say, guys, I'm pretty sure this is useless at this point, being in here.
Do we think he had another space, another office, or did he just come here and stand and stare?
I mean, he seemed like the kind of person who would want to, survey his domain. So, like, that's probably what this place is. But wizards like to tinker, right? I don't see anything that he would use to tinker.
So this was like hidden magically. Is there another? There are more secret stairs, and I just like pick up just a utensil off the the table or something, and just like huck it in the direction of the ceiling.
Roll me an attack check.
I'll just
It's like a, yeah.
I'm proficient with improvised weapons, actually, so that actually works. 12.
God, I want it to be a mimic so fucking bad. No.
I'm just, the barrier at the top of the stairs.
Yeah.
That's all.
No, yeah.
The mouth opens and just eats it.
No. You look up and it's wood, just like the paneled walls, and you flick the fork up and it sticks in the ceiling and kind of gives like the boom kind of noise.
Ceiling. Yeah.
Yep.
Watch your head.
So, knowing that this guy was a wizard, and smart and stuff, I want to see what he sees. So I'm gonna go look over to the bust of the guy and like poke my head next to it. Like, what's this staring at? Maybe it's a clue.
You do, and you see. So you get down to eye level and eye direction generally, and you see Elk standing next to the portrait of the Kraken.
Guys, that must be important. And pointing at the thing that you're clearly already looking at.
Well, I thought so too. I tried poking it. Nothing happened when I poked it.
Can you like look behind it? Is there like a
Throw a fork at it.
Is there a
He's
button?
got it, look, he's got an
Like a
intelligence of 10.
button.
Okay, poking it is all he could get to.
like a button or a
Ooh.
What if our
Yeah,
new
you-
friend is a key to do
Not-
something?
Non-natural 20 to just huck something like a paper clip off the, the desk at the portrait. Is it real? That's all I want to see if it's real from over here.
Yeah, what were you throwing? A paper, like just debris of like paper
Yeah,
clip?
there's probably like a quill or something, and I just
Yeah, throw it. Non-natural 20. It actually the sharp point of the quill sticks into the portrait and actually hits just like over Marble Cut's shoulder. So like the way that the portrait's laid out, so you've got Marble Cut standing on this very tall platform that's kind of up in the air on this almost spindly platform or spindly pole. He actually has, and you're all looking at this now, further detail, you see a large book in one hand, leather bound, and it seems to be dotted with amethyst crystals. You see next to him, and they are very high up, you see the Kraken. And the Kraken is so large that only part of its face and body is able to be captured in this portrait painting. And it's off to one side of him. Above the Kraken is what looks like the observation area. So where the patrons would sit, you see that whole building. And the quill sticks right into that building. Right like above like right under the roof, but like in between the roof and the like general admission bleachers in that building, right above the Kraken set.
I roll a history check. Did the book, now that everyone's staring at this and Elk sees the book, he's trying to remember, did the book in his hands when he got eaten look like that book in the portrait?
Go ahead, roll me a history check.
He does not remember what the two. Book's a book.
Book's a book.
They all look the same.
I mean, that one looks pretty fancy though. I don't usually put amethysts in my journals.
I feel like he probably has like a photo book. It's the one you carry with you when you're posing for pictures, and then you
The
have
one that you don't write in because it's too perfect. And if
Oh,
you write in
you-
it and you write the wrong thing, you've ruined a perfectly good notebook and you
Can't waste
or
pages.
it's like the equivalent of like a wizard Rolex or something.
The wizard Rolex. So should we? I mean, that's probably near the Kraken, right? Because you got the.
Oh, it is.
All right. So is that? Should we go check there, or
Does it still exist, that whole space, or did the kraken,
Some of the building might still be standing.
That doesn't sound promising, but
I mean, it was a pissed off kraken.
I want to see if like there's
band
anything,
name first off, and second off,
like check the frame of the
Yeah.
portrait or the painting, and then like see if be taken off the wall.
Okay, roll me like an investigation check.
Which die has
Good-
not been
good call.
rolling.
That's probably
Oh,
worth something.
Oh, great, a 4. So that's a 4.
Okay. Yeah, you take it down, and there's nothing behind the wall. It's just hanging on a nail. It's a nice frame. It's probably the nicest of like the whole collage that's there. It's probably like the crown jewel of the whole installation, I guess, the whole art installation. Yeah, the frame could be worth something, but there's no like secret switches or anything like that. You do see on the back of the canvas, kind of scrawled very lightly in like graphite, is marble cut and the kraken. It says like marble cut and kraken and a year. Establishment of it even said so marble cut, kraken, Titan Lagoon in the year.
Guess I can't fit the entire frame in my backpack. But is there a way to easily take the canvas out of the frame and just like roll it up and like stick it in my bag?
Yeah, make like a sleight of hand check.
There's definitely a market for that on eBay.
Oh yeah.
What the heck? Let's throw a D4 on top of that.
Sure.
Right, so that's an 11.
Yeah, you do manage to cut it out of the frame. Are you breaking the frame down too, or are you just doing the
Yeah, might as well break down the frame because I doubt I'll be able to carry that.
Okay, yeah, you are able to kind of disassemble this whole thing. There's a couple places where like it's the canvas rips a little more, like a little more jagged than you would like. Like it gets that wrong, vein of canvas, and you lose like a bottom corner. But for the most part, you're able to pull it all apart and like pull the nails of this frame out so that you can put the pieces in your pack pretty easily.
I'm just kind of
Alright.
looking around at the rest of the group, just souvenir.
Whatever, he's dead. Who cares? So Titan Lagoon. All right. That is clear across the park, guys.
Is there like a train we could ride? Do trains
I
exist?
think there was a little like trolley
There was a
thing,
little
right?
trolley. Yeah, there was like a little trolley, like magical kind of hovering trolley. You're not sure if it works, but it was like at Brookfield where they've got the actual, open air buses kind of thing. There was like a little magical, kind of like a magic carpet, but like more vehicle than carpet.
I guess if it's still working. Looking around, have those fairy dragons given up on trying to attack the door?
At this point, yes, it does seem like they have, looking out the windows, they have dispersed.
Okay. Well, our friends have dispersed, so if we're going to leave this tower, it's probably the best time.
Seems like a
Have
good
they
idea.
dispersed, or can we still hear them? Or
No.
could we hear them at all from inside?
It kind of sounded like you were hearing things, like hearing them through a door or a window.
Mhm.
And it sounds quiet now. Like as quiet as it was pre-chaos.
Normal quiet,
Normal
not
quiet,
like
not-
something large is coming quiet.
Yes.
Not like there's a kraken outside the door.
Yeah, correct.
Not looking out one window when the opposite window has a
those-
T-Rex behind us.
Yeah,
Yeah,
has like an
exactly.
eye just for it peering in.
Exactly.
Steve, you're back.
Yeah.
Aw, maybe he heard through the grapevine, through the fairy dragon grapevine, that you're back at the park. And he's coming to say hello.
They would have some
Or
sort of
him.
like gossip line.
Oh, they do. That's probably where, like, it just gets passed through. They disperse to go
Mhm.
share the news with everyone.
All the hot goss, gotta spill that tea.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
So Oak will pull out the map that he has. I'm just gonna say, well, we're essentially right next to a northern path that would take us
Mm.
close-ish to Titan Lagoon. We can just essentially go, I'm gonna assume just right cardinal directions, west, and then cut south over to the lagoon entrance. Probably the fastest route, depending on however many creatures there decide to let us pass.
All right.
Any objections?
I mean, I feel like we're going to miss out on the petting zoo, but I guess that's all right.
Sure, you could pet some of them that are wandering around.
It was just a joke. We can go.
And Elk is like, seriously, he's like, you want me to cast animal friendship on one of them for you? Okay, I could do that if you want. I
No,
could
no,
do that.
the map says here there's an actual petting zoo. It was just, I was just being silly.
Okay.
It's never silly to want to pet animals.
As everyone's talking about petting animals, Elk's like walking down the stairs. He's like, okay. Cool.
I'm kind of like my new little companion. I'm like, I don't know what you're talking about.
Sam, how long has it been since he cast Pass Without a Trace? Has it been a full hour yet?
No,
sticking around up
probably.
here?
I mean, you guys did dick around. I would say you probably have like 15 minutes left on it.
Sure.
Okay, so you head out of the carousel and down the stair. So you head down this, like, you realize that it was kind of like a hatch, essentially. Head down the spiral staircase, back out into the outside next to the carousel, confirming that the fairy dragons have left and dispersed. Okay. Which path are you guys, if you want to ping which path you're going to take to get to where you're going?
I was thinking this one. Why is it not pinging? There it is.
Okay.
Since it's essentially like right next to us,
Mhm.
it seems like the best choice as opposed to backtracking up or whatnot.
So,
Right between the beast, the material plane, and magic come to life.
This
What
is
could
gonna be
possibly
an
go wrong?
amazing pass.
sounds good. All right. You head out and head out from underneath the carousel. And Brill, you feel a sudden weight on your shoulder.
Oh, did I feed it after midnight? What?
As the little puffy thing, having gotten wet, multiplies.
Hell yes. I pick one of them up, and I put it on the other shoulder.
And then that one multiplies.
I don't feel good about this.
Is it raining?
It is
It's
raining.
raining outside.
Oh, I missed that part. Okay,
Yes.
sorry. I'll move one to the other shoulder, and I'll put the cloak. I'll move my light cloak hood to cover both of us, all three of us.
Okay. Sounds good. You managed to avoid the rest of them getting wet.
Could look for those little poncho things. Do they have the like plastic ones that you pick up?
Just
It's like
it
the
bad
ones
that
that
my
look
first
like
thought-
trash bags.
Is it bad that my first thought was, hell yes, unlimited food supply?
I would also like to get one of those as a clone and like put that in like an inner pocket.
Yep.
I pull one out and get it wet for a second and hand you one. There you go.
And just as I'm like putting it in there and just like put some snacks in there as well, it's like, you little buddy are an agent of chaos, and I endorse this.
I had a whole thing
Yes.
planned.
Yes.
We're just gonna throw these into the Kraken pit. Just hope for the best.
I mean, with enough of them, I feel like
Fuzz
Here's a
bomb,
cool-
go!
That's a good idea.
Just throw them into the plane of water. We'll be fine.
Oh my god.
it's
All
not a
right.
plate of water anymore.
Plane of fuzz.
You all proceed to head west. I had to think about my cardinal directions as well. Head west, passing the first site you see on your right hand side is that you see a big sign that says magic come to life, and it's got like wands with like cutouts of wands with like sparks and, you know, spells and all kinds of shit. You see that this building is kind of got it's like white granite with some pillars, and there's a door on the side that you're coming towards. And you do see that that door is actually propped open by debris, like a pile of debris. You're not quite sure what it actually is. And you can everyone roll me a perception check.
Four.
21.
24.
23.
Damn,
13.
kids. Everyone that rolled over the 20s spot inside, just as lightning flashes above you, you spot in the dark building another flash of lightning within the building itself. Very quick, and then it's gone, and then it's dark again, but you almost see like continual echoes of that light from within. As well as, I will say, for everyone over the 20s, you spot this low fog, probably only a couple inches deep, of like an acid green cloud. It doesn't extend beyond the door threshold, but it seems to have settled within the building itself.
That seems safe.
I feel like they don't have appropriate containment measures for some of these things.
So seeing that lightning, Barry is now just gonna like look up at the sky outside, and it feels like regular rain, right? Like it doesn't.
Yes.
Okay, she's just like,
Yeah, it does feel like regular rain.
But she hadn't thought about it before, but then like seeing it, she's like, wait a second. Oh yeah, there's magic fuckery here.
How big is that debris that's holding the door open?
With your roll, you do see, so the debris is like, I don't know, it's not big by any means, like humanoid sized. It looks like a pile of like rags and just like abandoned stuff, you know, like it's just a pile of indiscriminate stuff just holding the door open, it looks like, from this distance.
A little ways away, probably avoid attracting whatever's inside. That propped open door is a fire hazard, though. Can't prop doors open. That's a safety code violation.
The place is abandoned.
Right. And
Well, if the place
as
is
like that
abandoned-
dawns on him, he's also going to look up and go, "Wait, Demiplane, weather." Huh.
Mhm.
As though a
Is that
completely
weird?
fabricated plane shouldn't have any of this. I just like understated that this is weird here.
That it is. Ooh, magic mac and cheese. Thanks. No, I'm good. Thank you. My mac and cheese.
Is it weird for demiplanes to have magic weather? Just looking at the spellcasters in the party, like I don't know.
I mean, I guess a demiplane could have anything. You know,
If he designed it that way, I
mean,
don't know.
yeah, I don't know why you would want it to be randomized weather. That just seems like, it's gonna rain on you
Probably not
50%
good
of the
for ticket sales.
Elk, roll me a history check.
$16.
You remember that when you came in, when you visited the park? Sunny skies, blue skies. Cloud coverage was like puffy, white, idyllic. And to the point that actually you and Ian, who both have like pamphlets and maps, it is highly advertised that not a single rain day in this particular bit of environment or entertainment. Your trip will never get canceled due to weather.
Maybe the storm came to life.
I mean,
Maybe.
there's an exhibit here called Magic Come to Life or something.
Yeah, that one.
As we point toward the lightning.
You see another bounce of light from inside the door.
Should we check it out or run? I could dig a hole.
Go underneath it.
I mean, you won't be in a low point during a thunderstorm, right? So, I mean, we could get real low.
That's actually true, yeah. But maybe he is if he had things like a tiny storm, small storm in a box, because wizard, so why would you not put a storm in a box? And
It helps
then
with sleep. Like a
so
noise
like a
machine.
white noise machine type
Yeah.
thing.
Yeah,
Okay.
I'm like this far away from knowing how to do that myself. I can't figure it out yet.
Is it the shrinking part that's the problem or the containment?
Oh, no, just making the storm. I can't do it yet.
Shit. But like if you have a storm, you put the storm in a box and then you die because you get eaten by a kraken because of hubris.
Exactly.
What happens to all this? Like, what if there's stuff you have to renew every day and the box is no longer there? Does it just like?
So, in the office, pointing back at the carousel, there was a portrait with a green cube in it, just full of green clouds. Green cloud on the floor in there.
Oh.
The cloud or whatever was in the cloud escape? But do we know of anything that makes clouds, or is the cloud the thing that was just being trapped because wizard?
I feel like most reasons are because wizard.
Yeah.
My head hurts.
I mean, could be some sort of like a poison thing, maybe?
Yeah.
So we should
I
not go
don't know
near
if
it.
going in that building is the best call.
I mean, should we try to shut the door? Does it look like it's spreading out at all near the door?
It looks like some of the fog is kind of like seeping out of the door, but not like to the point that it's like coming towards you all or like extending very far beyond threshold.
Poison doesn't bother me anymore, so I mean, I could probably go close the door.
Anymore.
Level 10 monk.
I took so much of it that
Oh, she's not afraid to eat whatever food she finds, right? Right.
Oh yeah, you could
that
totally eat
makes
the food then.
sense. I get it now.
My body just understands when I need to eat stuff, and it's like, fine, whatever it is.
Oh, cool ability. Yeah, I guess if you want to try to close the door.
Yeah,
That's
Barry's gonna go
fine.
over there and just try to like move the box or whatever that's and try to shut the door. Like just
Okay. You approach the building, and from here, you can definitely, like, as you get closer, you can. You can feel the. Excuse me, this, like, electricity as you approach the building.
did
And
not think about that.
taking a hold of the door, you look down, the debris is a humanoid body.
Oh.
As if somebody had gotten possibly caught in this building. And the fog just kind of rolls around.
Barry's just gonna kick the body away and shut the door.
I'll say no problem. You push the body away and the fog kind of follows it almost, like in that like air movement. You do get a whiff of the fog, and if not for you don't notice anything different to it because you're immune to poison.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Poison and disease, it says, yeah.
It doesn't really affect you at all. Like, you see it's like this acid green yellow color, but it doesn't like turn your stomach. It doesn't make you feel like anything, any sort of way. You risk a glance in the building, and I will say no problem that you spot a bolt of lightning just bouncing off all kinds of like surfaces, continually never really being able to find like a spot to ground as you close the door. As you close the door, I'll even say that the fog that you're seeing, you see like kind of inside the building, and it's a singular hallway with a bunch of exhibits lining the wall, the two sides. And a lot of most of the exhibits, the glass is broken.
Does it look like it probably got struck, like repeated lightning damage was probably
Yeah,
causing
like all the walls have lightning damage and like spots of burnt, impact, streaks. You see as the cloud has kind of like spilled out of one of the exhibits and is pooled in the hallway, the walkway. You spot a very large purple hand just kind of floating in one of the exhibits. As well as the exhibit next to you. You look in and you see actually what looks like a library. Like, it's got walls of books, and every so often one of the books all of the books have been shaken and like knocked off shelves and stuff and are just haphazard, and you see every so often a book floats up off the floor and gets put away, or something moves on a shelf and gets put away, as if somebody's this unseen entity is organizing the library. As you shut the door.
Guys, there's like a ghost library in there.
A ghost
I
library?
I think, I don't know, books or bad, I don't know. There's a library though, like in a cage. The books are moving. Someone was
we check
shouting.
it for the right book? Do you see
I
any?
forgot to look for that book. Okay, I'm gonna open the door again. See if I can see like the book, like the purple, like.
It had like an amethyst or some amethyst in it.
Go ahead and roll me a perception check.
That will be a 17.
17?
Yeah.
You kind of peer in. Thankfully, you are immune to poison, or else you would be in very big trouble.
Just like leaning in, like, hey.
You take a closer look at the library. Roll me a dexterity saving throw.
That will be 16.
No problem. The lightning zips past you. couple feet above your head. You take a look, and realistic, like really, you look at every single book that's there that you can see. They all seem about as fake as the books that have been in the office and the carousel.
Okay. Pull my head out, shut the door.
Yep.
No, they didn't seem like real books. I think he had a journal hoarding problem.
Or an ego problem.
Just like a book fetish.
Yeah. To both. Yes, to both. And
It's
just
really
weird.
Is the rain still going how it was going before outside? Like, it's
Yeah.
not starting the door change. Okay.
Yeah, as the door closes, the rain continues. And it's like it varies in intensity as you guys are walking. Like sometimes it's just a light mist, sometimes it's a little bit more of a deluge. It's just like it's kind of random.
Mhm.
But it continues as you close the door.
Do you think the weather is pissed and just wants to rain because for so long it'll only be like sunshiny? Barry asks as they walk.
I don't think the weather
Like,
is
I would be
sentient.
mad if something made it so I could only be one way all the time.
I think the weather is, well, doesn't really have anywhere to go. Kind of stuck.
Sam, can Elk roll a? I don't know if it's gonna be. He's trying. I think I know, but I'm trying to get Elk to know.
Sure.
So I don't know if it's Arcana or Nature to be like, oh, could this be the result of some of these creatures and an ability that the creature has? If it's not the magic come to life itself.
Which one are you trained in either? Well, you're not trained in nature. We already determined that.
No. He's the worst druid.
Was that when
Is
he
he
switched
proficient in
over to
Arcana?
gunslinger?
So he was already a gunslinger, and then he got into animals, but he's not very far in that yet.
Okay.
Oh,
Fucking
recently
love
switched
it.
major.
Yeah.
Recently switched majors.
That was his
yes.
minor.
I'll let you.
Oh.
I'll let you choose either one of those skills, and you can roll me a check.
Same shit. It's the same
And I
nothing
assist
bonus.
with the nature stuff. Being a nature cleric.
If you want to kind of brainstorm it and workshop it, I'll let Andy give you advantage or roll.
Okay,
accordingly.
well, Andy's assistance doubled my 2 to a 4 for a 4.
You think there's something here about it? Like it's like right there where you think you can feel something, but not quite yet.
He's just like, look, it's not the magic. It's probably one of these creatures. I don't know which one, but it's statistically likely. I'm just gonna go with that.
That's fair.
He feels it in his gut. He's an intuition guy.
Yeah.
You know?
Mm-hmm.
No facts, just gut.
It will be agreeing with this, and yeah, that definitely makes sense, and definitely a creature making the rain, because seeing the map before, there's the Earth, Wind, and Fire exhibit, but no water exhibit. That's weird. Why would a wizard leave one of the planes out? Maybe. Nah, that couldn't be it.
So you're saying a creature did this? Does that mean we're being peed on?
Nature pee, I guess.
Okay, so don't drink the rainwater.
You're immune to poison.
Sure, that's why I can drink the rainwater all I want. Cool.
On that note, we are about 2-ish hours in, so we're gonna take a quick 5-minute break. Those that are watching, please stick around. We will be back in about 5 minutes. I just think everybody's doing so good. I'm very happy. I'm very excited. You guys are doing amazing. We're going to take a quick 5 just to stretch our legs. Don't forget, you can still donate via the widget below. We've got a couple wandering monsters still in the docket for Andy. But you can do D4s, and hell, if you message me and decide you want to propose something, I'm not going to hate it. But we will proceed. I'm going to throw up our Be Right Back screen, and we will be back in about 5 minutes. Don't go anywhere. Hello,
Back to the
Internet. Back to the thing.
Howdy.
We're back. Thanks to those that stuck around. Because as we get older, I decide, you know what? We don't do marathon D&D anymore, except for Extra Life. But even then, we took breaks during the Extra Life too.
It's important to take breaks.
We're human.
We're human.
We got a human.
We're human and we're old. Like,
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry, we're gonna take breaks. Even if that break consists of everyone else leaving and I'm just doing an ad read again. We're gonna do it. So yeah, welcome back. Quick recap. We are, for those that maybe are now just joining us again, we are raising money for Extra Life, Lurie's Children's Hospital. You can donate in the widget below for children's hospitals across the nation. Specifically, we do the one in Chicago. Treatments, resources, mental health, physical health, anything from medicine to toys to therapy sessions to family resources, any and everything. That's what that money goes to. Your incentives you can see below. $5 gets 1d4 to one player, and you can indicate that on your donation who that goes to. $15 gets you 1d4 to all players. And $25 gets you a wandering monster at some point throughout their trek across Titan Park. We currently have 2 wandering monsters in the docket that don't like Andy in particular. And our party has a couple D4s docked as well. They have raided Marble Cut's office, supposed office, promoted office, to no avail, and are heading towards Titan Lagoon for a potential secondary location to find his spellbook. You have passed the Magic Comes to Life exhibit and proceeded down the path. We'll show the map real quick here. So Magic Comes to Life, they are about here-ish, and are proceeding down the path around between the Beasts of the Material Plane exhibit and the Magic Comes to Life. At this point, we'll say you all are walking for a good amount of time. I'm assuming you're stealthing? Or at least, like, how you moved at the carousel?
Yeah, we're
Yeah, I
sneaky.
would say, yeah.
Okay, let's do one more stealth check with the Pass Without a Trace. As you approach this kind of bend/intersection in the map.
24.
Cool.
19.
We have Pass Without a Trace too, right?
Correct.
Yeah, so it's plus 10.
Hang on.
30.
31.
37.
Jesus.
I keep rolling high on stealth, and she's got a high stealth.
I keep rolling like a 5, but it's fine.
Barry is just so small. That's all it is.
She's just little.
She's
Just a
little.
little. All right. So you all continue heading west. Do you turn so you end up approaching this intersection here. Do you turn south or do you continue through past the dire do you turn south or do you continue west?
It looks like both would take us past the dire wilderness, right?
Yeah, both will take.
Yeah.
Dire Wilderness is like in this kind of pocket-ish
Okay.
area. So it would take you past that exhibit either way.
Yeah.
I mean, honestly, guys, it's probably 6 of one, half a dozen of the other.
Yeah, I was thinking kind of the same thing. If we head north, we can go past Clockwork Creations. That seems pretty cool. I mean, if we're just getting a free private tour of the park, you know.
I mean, yeah, we should see more. We should get bang for our free buck and get more. See more.
Okay.
On the way back out, we could swing to the south and hit the petting zoo still.
Yeah.
All right.
Pat,
We got a
Probably
plan.
not still in the petting zoo.
do you think they've gotten eaten?
Probably.
All right.
Yeah.
So you continue west. I will bring the map up one more time for our viewers to be able to see that they are going to... Oh, you can't see my cursor because I hid my cursor. Head west this way, and then we'll shoot down past Clockwork Creations.
And I just want to do a quick check too, like just as we're like crossing one of you see where it like dips south and comes back. I want to cut directly across and like underground and check on those tunnels again that I saw. I saw some over by the carousel. I just want to see if they're still here, if they're bigger, if there's anything to worry about. You know, if I tunnel down and there's like a 15-foot hole in the ground, I'd like to know about it beforehand, kind of deal.
Yeah, go ahead and roll me a investigation or perception check.
All right, definitely perception. It's a 10.
10. You dig beneath, and bear with me one moment because I have to pull something.
Y'all keep going. I'm just gonna cut through here real quick and check, make sure nothing's gonna sneak up underneath, except me, of course.
Try not to shoot you.
No promises, right?
You do see, so as you dip, and I'll bring the map up again. As you dip into this area and cut across, so you're just like cutting across, kind of.
Yeah. Just want to cut across and just basically get a quick look for, like I said, just looking to see if there's any like gigantic hole.
Sure,
There were
sure.
a few small ones, some that were like almost 5 feet across before. Those are concerning for sure.
You see, excuse me, at that kind of, actually pretty much once you hit like middle here-ish in the dire wilderness, you do actually see more burrows at a larger scale than what you can make. They don't seem to be too intricate. You run across like one or two intersections, but nothing like, it's not like an anthill necessarily.
Right.
And it looks relatively fresh.
Gotcha. I'll return to the group and just sort of let them know. Like, yeah, there's a few. It looks like there's a couple of big things digging around down there. Some of them are. And I sort of spread my arms out. It's a little bigger than that even. Just keep an eye out. Keep your ears open. If you hear burrowing and I'm standing next to you, say something.
All right. You proceed to walk. And as you all kind of go north and then begin to dip south, everyone make me perception checks. If you know me
It's
as
been
a
more
DM.
than an hour now, right?
Yeah, it's been more than an hour now, I would say.
Okay.
17.
12.
26.
13.
28.
Okay. Those that rolled higher than a 20. Well, we'll say higher than a 15. Spot. There's no sunlight, so there's really no shadows at all. But you almost feel like your instincts make like the hackles on the back, like your hackles kind of raise a little bit. Something like deep within you knows that something is around. It's actually kind of quiet out here. You have been hearing things like brush moving, certain noises of things off in the distance. Nothing too alarming here, but those that rolled a 15 or higher start to hear the sound of wings beating.
Barry
And-
looks up.
I was looking down.
You look up and you see it's interesting because the first thought in your head is, well, no wonder there's no shadow, because the shadow would have been insanely large, especially to Barry, who's a small-sized creature. The being that kind of is higher up in the air, hundreds of feet, even at hundreds of feet, like we'll say 200 feet ahead above you, up in the sky, at that scale, still looks to be larger than a house.
So y'all, I told you there was some big things underground, but that might be the safer spot. Votes.
Looks like
Yeah,
this giant bird with multicolored wings, its head and beak the size of a carriage.
Yeah, I'm fine with going underground.
Underground.
I don't think I'd be a big meal for it, but it'll be a snack.
Bill's just like rapidly looking for people to like raise hands or do whatever. Yes. All right, here we go.
Yeah, it doesn't seem to have known you. It's noticed you. I'm going off of your last stealth checks for now. As you come off the tail end of Pass Without a Trace, it does not seem to have noticed you all yet, but it does seem to be starting to kind of circle this area looking for food.
Maybe you should see if the hawk can talk to it.
Oh, it's been too long. Hockey is gone.
Hockey's gone.
It's been an hour. That's why I had to ask.
What do you guys want to do?
I mean, I guess we can go underground. Can you actually burrow something big enough for us to all get underground and continue to make progress underground?
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. It's just, single file.
That could actually speed up our path, because that cut out this. Just kind of referencing the map on the pamphlet. I would cut out this little jog over here. And
I've
maybe
already
just-
burrowed like 15 feet in the ground. Yep, you got the point of it. Yep.
Ian, as you say that, pulling one of Mark's wandering monsters.
I'm like already starting to burrow. And I'm just like, all of those sound like really good reasons for why we should continue doing the thing that I have started to do.
Ian, you hear as you point that out.
I am a rabbit. There's a giant bird.
In addition to the flapping, like the thunder hits, and you're not sure if it's the flapping of those wings or the storm. But on the tail end of that noise, Ian, you hear this another growing rumble that you would swear is thunder if you couldn't feel it in your shoes. And you turn, and on the path behind you is a wolf the size of a carriage, just standing, deep black fur, looks a little looks a little scrawny for its size, as if it hasn't had a great meal this week, is starting to kind of thin out a little bit, and has seen all of you and starts to lunge. And it's probably we'll say 50 feet or so down the path, but immediately you make eye contact with it and it starts to bolt towards you all.
Just from down in the tunnel. Over the wall.
mean, Elk's convinced the dire wolf would just follow us, but all right, into the tunnel. This is probably gonna kill us too.
I
Well,
can't see what's going on, so I'm just like, hey, is everything okay?
Barry is going to cast Entangle
Okay.
toward near the wolf and see if that slows it down.
What's the tell me about it.
It is grasping weeds and vines sprout from the ground in a 20-foot square, starting from a point within range, and her range is 90 feet.
Okay, so plenty of, yeah.
Yeah, and then strength saving throw, it looks like.
Okay. It hits the entanglement because it doesn't see where you cast it, so it does hit that and rolls a 2 on a strength save. And it almost had bounded. It was so fast. The speed of this thing is a 50-foot speed. So you kind of almost panic throw up vines and it careens through. And just like the momentum of this thing, you're not at first sure as you all, I assume you all are heading into the hole, or are you standing your ground?
Barry's plan was to throw that up and then jump in.
Okay. As you start to file, like kind of panic file in, Barry, you see as the vines not only hold, but start to wrap around the legs of this dire wolf, keeping it stationary, like almost like pulling it back to a standing position.
Concentration up to 1 minute. So if she jumps in, she's still fine. Like,
yep, you're still good. You don't need to keep visibility.
Okay.
I will follow into the hole last, and as I'm entering, throw one of the cards from the deck of illusions behind us so that it might look the other way.
Perfect.
So we have the 10 of spades. Let's see what that turns into. A frost giant.
Hey, okay.
For wizard reasons, is now on the opposite side of the path.
Okay. As you all jump into the hole in the tunnel that Brill is carving out for you, you Ian, you throw that card, and immediately in like this arcane spark, this tall giant with like icy blue skin. It almost looks like it gives, as it's breathing, it gives off this cloud of vapor. Icicles hang from its earlobes, and it kind of faces off against the wolf, who's still struggling against the vines. It's silent, right?
I believe so.
Okay.
And it's also a DC 15 intelligence save.
Got it.
Or whether or not other things will know it's an illusion.
The wolf fails. As you are about to drop into the hole, the wolf immediately looks to the larger, the now threat, barking and growling and snarling, trying to bite at the vines around it, this time to escape, as this huge thing is now standing in its way between it and its prey and has frightened it. Is making this racket that you can all hear, and you watch as the dire wolf is struggling. The bird from the sky swoops down, this thing gargantuan in size, practically envelops the entire area in further darkness, actually cuts any rain from falling. As it swoops down, you watch as both talons come down, latching onto the dire wolf, getting purchase on the actual corporeal creature, and tries to snatch at the ice giant. Its natural prey, by the way. So actually really great pull. Finds nothing as its talons go through the illusion, and you just watch as it like gouges these huge trenches out of the path, kicking up like cobblestone and like flat rocks that had made the walkway. But even though it didn't have an ice giant, it has a dire wolf, and it rips with the strength of this giant bird, rips the dire wolf from the entanglement spell. Vines are snapping and just destroyed in like bursts of bark and leaves as it picks up its quarry and flies back away. It ends up heading south as it comes back up, circles, and head south.
So it's heading the way we're heading.
It is heading the way you are heading, yes.
Okay.
You're both
Not that
now
I see
heading
it,
south.
but-
No, but yes, for your knowledge, it is same direction, yeah. But you are all, the rest of you drop in, Ian, to the rest of the party, and Brill has started digging underground. And you all drop into a now weirdly drier, possibly slightly more pleasant environment as you enter into these tunnels below.
I forgot what it felt like to be not rained on.
Barry was the first one in, so
Never be
like,
rained on.
after all that, I just hear like noises outside. Barry diving in. I'm like, what's going on? Everything all right?
I hugged the wolf.
A wolf. Should I just? Yeah, all right. I'm just gonna keep going. All right. That's all you give it. All right, cool. We'll just keep going. That's fine.
I
Yep,
hope
that-
the
that's
wolf's
Just
back.
just
a dire wolf.
Ian will be failing to explain like the bird, it just flapping his arm, like came down, grabbed that wolf like it was nothing. Think we'll see it coming? I hope.
What
Well-
kind
Do
of
you
a
think
bird
it
is
might
that
get full
exactly?
from the wolf?
I would not venture a guess at its diet or how much it consumes, but I would like to not be included in that list.
Amen to that. Now, is anyone? Should we? I've got a 20-foot burrow speed, so like 20 feet, and then like left, right, forward, up. Where do you guys want to go?
I mean, the dire wolf's not there and the bird's distracted. Do we really need to be underground?
Oh no, the dire wolf is with the bird. As
Oh, it
lunch.
like snatched the whole thing.
Yes.
Oh well,
I
all
assume,
right.
I assume that's what you were saying. It has a snack now, right?
Well, we're not hiding from it anymore, and I'll do the earthboard ramp thing. I can do a 60-foot jump as long as I'm ramping off of something. So I'll build like a ramp hole upwards and just sort of kick flip it out.
He's so cool.
Just Tony Hawk pro skater,
Love it.
out of this hole.
A bunny Tony Hawk. I love that. I love that so much.
All right. Are you heading back to the path, or are you all just proceeding through the dire wilderness? Because you've kind of like gone off the path a little bit that you could. I mean, you've only been like 20 feet in, so it's up to you all.
Just checking, any, like we saw the large tunnels, did anybody else get a sight on those tunnels that might have had, if anybody has relevant information potentially?
Yeah, if anyone wants to roll like a perception check, a nature check, tell me what check you want to roll and I'll justify the answer. If you feel like they would have paid attention. Anything for Barry?
No, I don't think Barry's paying attention.
That's fair.
Elk?
Elk?
I think she was impressed by all the burrowing.
Elk was trying to pay attention, but I rolled it with disadvantage because I think he just learned he doesn't like being underground, so he's probably a little anxious, which is why he keeps being like, "Do we need to be down here, guys? I don't think we need to be down here, guys."
Buddy.
So that's a natural one.
Oh, yep, nothing. Too focused on the new fear.
Yeah,
The new phobia.
unlocked. Who knew, guys? Who knew? Who knew?
Anything from Olive. I keep calling her Olive. It's not Olive.
You
Olivine.
can call her Olive. It's really fine. It's really fine. I don't think that she would be hyper focused on the tunnels so much as if there's anything in them that would indicate something else has passed through. So like,
Sure.
are there tunnels that are being used by, large things that shed skin?
Yes.
Or,
Is there mutants all over the walls?
Yeah, uh-huh. Like the giant claw marks, the pile of bones.
That's totally fair.
But so probably I think I would roll, I don't know, probably nature. Mostly just, is there stuff that basically
Sure.
would
Yeah,
cause
what might be
these
down
shape-
here?
What things might live in the dirt? I don't know. I don't know what lives in the dirt. I don't do underground. That's not a thing. It's a 4.
Yeah, no. You see, like, it's obvious what you guys see is, like, in the bigger... I'll say you get to one of these larger tunnels, and it's like a 10-foot tunnel. So it's almost like you break into, from your 5-foot, you kind of break into this larger tunnel that leads... it seems to just kind of lead off into a random direction. The way it is dug out is not by any machine. And doesn't seem to be sort of uniform. But it does look like something is burrowing under here that is larger than you, certainly. And kind of like... Yeah, it's not even... you see bits of like large pieces of... I say pieces. Something that can be this size to make this kind of hole, a piece of fur is going to be like a single strand is still going to be like the size of your arm. And you see bits and pieces of like black and white, like embedded in the walls every once in a while. Not like alarming or anything, just like a natural shedding. But no like real identifiers of anything else or any like aha moments.
Large guinea pigs. Dire guinea pigs.
I should have added space hamsters.
Giant.
There's still time.
mini
Damn.
space hamsters.
There's still time. They're in the petting zoo.
They were.
They were.
The bird had a snack.
The bird of a snack. Giant space hamsters. Right. So you all climb back out of the hole and head back around Clockwork head up and then down Clockwork Creations.
Yeah, I think around.
Yeah, unless we're closer to the other path, like if we would come out
Yeah.
closer over there, then maybe we just.
You know what? I'll say that you guys did manage to cut that corner, and you end up about where that ping is. Yeah, like about here.
All right.
Save us a little bit of time. No need to backtrack.
Yeah.
I say 30 feet. Yes.
Listen, okay, here's the thing. You missed having to go up to claws and scales. So...
Oh, no, never mind. We gotta go back now.
I don't even know what's in there.
Focus.
Okay. Did he not populate that? Okay, that's probably a good thing. Okay. So you all head south
Yeah.
past Clockwork Creations.
Mm-hmm.
It's strange over here. And I'm cognizant of time too. So it's strange over here because unlike the sounds of like it's weird being in this park because you hear the storm and you hear it's like being in a forest without as much vegetation. The inhabitants here are making themselves home. And you can hear the food chain figuring itself out. But over here by this particular exhibit, it almost sounds like you've stepped into a clock factory. Like, you guys, I'm not even going to make you roll perception checks as you get close, like, down this path. And all these paths are very established. They're cobblestone, or they're just, like, flat stones. Very well traveled. You're not picking your way. There's, like, occasional tree fall or, like, ripped out debris and stuff like that, but nothing really to obscure you. But over here, you're definitely hearing the sound of, like, instead of it being a sound of, like, predator and prey or, like, natural movements, it's far more mechanical here. You're hearing the sound of whirring gears, like clanking metal, the flat in every time like lightning flashes, every so often you catch a glint of that light pinging off metal surfaces all throughout this vegetation. Nothing seems to want to leap out at you even as you move through the forest. But it's almost like, despite the noises, everything here is just kind of watching you. Just waiting. Being creatures that don't need to eat or sleep, for that matter. You make your way south and cut down, skirting around Dire Wilderness again, toward Titan Lagoon. Elk is very familiar with the area at this point. I think you guys took a very similar route.
I think we did.
Like, I feel like you went
Yeah, I
up to
think so.
Claws and Scales and then came back down.
That sounds about right.
Just like when you go to if you go to the zoo multiple times and you just do the same, like, clockwise or counterclockwise rotation every time.
That's why Oak suggested this. He's like, I know this path.
Mhm.
I feel comfortable guiding us through this path.
Yep.
Let's not go anywhere else, guys.
Churro stand is over here. We go that way first.
You all head and you end up making your path known to, like, about here, where you now see the crown jewel of Titan Park, Titan Lagoon. Arcing over the pathway is hold on, I have to find my notes again. I'm sorry. As you're walking through this way, it becomes far more forested, like deliberate plants. Elk, you know this is the, like, nature walk. Supposedly home to awakened shrubs. You all actually, as you're coming up, everyone roll me stealth checks, since we haven't done that in a little bit.
I will cast Pass Without a Trace again,
Perfect.
just to be on the safe side.
32.
Wonderful.
19.
13.
Did you say
25.
13?
Mm-hmm. I rolled a 2.
What were we rolling? I'm sorry.
Stealth.
Stealth, okay.
With Pass Without a Trace.
We did have Pass Without a Trace, right? Okay.
Yeah.
Yes.
35.
I won't need that second level spell slot, I'm sure.
Second level spell slots. Those are Pass Without a Trace slots. Are you kidding me? Yeah, for the most part, you guys are fine as you're moving through. You do watch as you start to enter this forest walk. Emerging from one tree is this shockingly humanoid woman. Green skin. It looks like she almost pulls herself from the bark of the tree, as, like, her hair, almost made of, like, fallen leaves, falls down over her shoulders. she pulls out from the tree, looks at you all, kind of gives this, like, sees a couple of you, like, on the pet, like, the beginning, sees Ian, actually, and focuses on you. Kind of gives this, like, little smirk of, like, oh, humanoids, mortals, and then proceeds across the pathway and into another tree.
I kind of feel judged.
Did anybody else see that? Was that just me?
Do you think we could walk to the
Yeah,
trees?
she's really hot.
She was really hot. Do you think we could follow her under the tree? I mean, following her would be kind of creepy, but could we?
I
I
pick
do
up a
not
rock
have
and
the
throw it at
ability
the
to
tree she
walk
came
up
out
a
of, just to make sure it's real.
Not even gonna make you roll the deck check. It is real.
Don't throw stuff at her tree. That's like throwing stuff at somebody's house.
It's like egging someone's house.
No,
Yeah.
you just,
Why
like,
would-
you gotta get. I just wanted to know if it was real. I don't know. We're in some
You
wizard.
can't ask people if
wizardly
their
thing.
houses are real. That's really rude.
Yeah.
What?
You don't ask a lady if her house is real.
Since when?
Always.
It's a really tough economy. We don't need to judge how people live, okay?
Especially the pretty ones.
You don't all own your own home?
I don't have a house.
I mean, I don't either no more, but, that was before things, But no, we had like 5 or 6 before that, but you don't own like 2 or 3? I thought everybody had at least 3.
That's the level of privilege I'm hearing right now. Almost makes me want to shoot you.
For the record, my characters, I chose the background ruined because they
Oh.
came together. And the ruined background says, like, you used to have a lot of privilege. Something screwed it all up.
You done fucked up.
You did it.
So yes, just playing the character, just to be clear.
What do you mean you don't have 3 houses? I just have
Ian
an
will.
office. I sleep in the office. That's it. I have a
You have
You have a
cot.
whole office?
I mean, rents are really crazy here, okay?
I gotta share a tent.
Ian.
Alright, well, the tree's real, and we're not supposed to ask if people's houses are real anymore. I don't quite understand, but should we be worried about that? I mean, that was. Are all the trees gonna jump out and be pretty ladies and attack us, or judge us, or whatever was just happening?
Attack us with weapons.
I mean, I felt attacked. I don't know about you. I felt attacked.
Ian's going to be completely distracted. Go, excuse me, Miss Tree Lady, Dryad, living creature. I don't know how to address you properly. Hello, are you still there?
Roll me a persuasion check.
Is it normal for
Be
trees
a
to fall
15.
ladies where you're from?
The tree that she had vanished from, you see part of her form kind of emerge again. She looks at you, her head kind of tilted, and you can see like her skin and her hair, and like just really her body kind of like the colors change and morph based on how far away from the tree bark she is. And like this very like, yeah, metamorphic kind of chameleon like feeling. And she looks at you.
Hi, Miss. I don't know how to properly address you right now. Do you speak Common, and I ask the same thing in Primordial?
She tilts her head. Neither.
Pretty sure I don't have the spell speak
cool.
with plants.
Oak will try an Elvish.
She looks at you and you get that flash of like recognition.
And I'll do Sylvan at
My
the same time.
Sylvan's really rusty. Yeah, I never really got it.
I can translate for you. I don't do Elvish, but Halfling or Common, I can move to Sylvan for you.
in the Sylvan. She looks at you kind of confused at hearing Sylvan come from a Harengon. But
and it's like, if you've ever heard that like TikTok where the guy speaks Japanese with a southern accent.
Yeah. Are you speaking French with a Cajun accent? Like, well, I guess
love
French with a
it.
Cajun accent would make sense.
Actually does make sense. Yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of like that. So it's like she probably gets a little bit of like,
Mm-hmm. That's weird.
or like if you tried to use an English, oh God, what are those phrases called? The name just put on my head. But like the weird phrases, like the synonyms.
Oh yeah. Mm-hmm.
Oh my God,
Colloquialism.
similes. Colloquialisms. Thank you. Try to like translate directly colloquialisms. It's like, that probably doesn't translate right. But hi there. Is this safe here? Are you safe to us? Are we in danger from you?
She laughs. And
That
it's
didn't answer
like
my question.
it's like the sound of like rustling leaves. And she looks at all of you and then kind of like looks at Ian, knowing that he had been the one to like first make contact or try to too, but then speaks to Brill and Elk at this point. Pretty much to all of you, and says, I have no need to attack any foolish mortals that would... You couldn't have been trapped here. I haven't seen any human... non-humans since the disruption.
I don't. She's not used to seeing people since the event just solved the problems. And I'm just looking at Ian now, being like, oh, what else you got? What else you want to say? Anybody?
I will go into my pack and grab the portrait that I stole earlier and say, "Foolish mortals, this guy," and point to the wizard.
You get this weird reaction from her of like, it was amusement at first, but then she realizes who you're actually pointing at, and the leaves and the coloring change this bright fall red.
Oh.
That's very bright colored, bright plumage. Is that a good sign? I don't know. So hey, this guy, he's got this book. Do you know where that book is?
She looks to the two who had spoken. She looks at
Oh,
Elk and Brill.
He's looking for a book. There was a wizard who ran this place and apparently into the ground. And he had a book, and it's important. And if we get it back, it's important. You wouldn't happen to have seen a book now, would you? Not like the fake books, because he got a bunch of libraries full of not real books, but like a real book with the little purple gems in it.
You make books from my trees.
Not me now. No, don't get me mixed up in that now. Reading's for wizards. I make my books from vellum, which, if you're not clear, is made from animal skins.
The wizard had a book.
Yeah, wizards make books from trees all the time. They're monsters.
The wizard had a book when he took me from my forest.
That sounds like our wizard.
I've only seen it once. But he would come through here. And she kind of gestures to the open, like this is an exhibit, but it's open. Everything here was deemed peaceful enough to kind of live on its own and stay away from the guests. And she kind of like idly, like every so often you kind of lose her interest a little. And then she says, the wizard would pass through here. Not just to see the creature in the lagoon, always, every day, when he was done taunting it, and the guests had gone off to see the other captives, he would come back through these forests. Back that way.
So,
And she'll point towards the
oh,
path that you can now see the archway that says Titan Lagoon. And she points in
so
that direction.
he would taunt the kraken from over there, and then he'd go that way with the book, or no, just in general.
Every day he'd return back to the lagoon after the show, and after escorting his guests out, come back to this place. I would hear him mutter about needing something, a spell. One day he forgot one of his spells. The phoenix nearly escaped that day.
Oh. Apparently he forgot a spell one time, and the phoenix almost got out. But he used to walk through here all the time, and I'm like pointing where she's pointing as she's doing it, and he would go from there to there, and he'd taunt the kraken, and he'd come back this way when folks left. Sounds like he maybe had like a little office or something this way. But, I mean, he kept coming through here. Maybe we should check it out.
Wizards and their towers and forests. Elk will. He said that part like under his breath, just annoyed. He'll look at the dryad, and like he probably he feels like he should know because he's half wood elf, but he doesn't remember all of the rules when he went to live in the more human-y part of the world after he got older. He just asks her, in order to go back to your forest, would we need to move these trees back there for you?
She kind of looks at the tree, and her fingers kind of drift down the bark. These are not my trees. I would hope I would be able to travel without them. Any tree would do, even if just one on the other side. These are just for me here. Perhaps I could go further and away from them. Back home.
Oh, have you ever checked out the petting zoo? I'm sorry. That was a weird change of subject. I apologize. I've just never mind.
She kind of scowls and she goes, I do not like the strange chickens in the petting zoo.
Strange chickens in the petting zoo. Anyone familiar with strange chickens?
No. Well, if we can get the book and figure out how to get you home, we'll do our best. When I was young in the forest that I'm from, I remember the dryads. And it's not right to force you here.
I actually might be able to help here. If you just kind of relax and go with the flow of it, I might be able to send you back to your forest, or at least the same plane you came from.
Roll me a persuasion check I'll say with advantage because I'm assuming someone is translating.
Yeah, I'll translate back into Elvish.
Okay. So yeah, go ahead and do that.
While this was going on, Barry was casting druidcraft on her to make little pretty flowers grow around. She's trying to be impressive looking, pretty looking.
Absolutely. 100%.
Just while this was going on.
100%.
Only a 7.
With advantage? What the fuck, man?
The other one, it was a 6 and a 1 on the die.
Yikes. Do you have a D4?
I do. It's 4 for a 10.
Hey. She looks at you, like looks at Elk and then looks at Ian. Ponders it for a moment. And then steps fully from the tree, like extracting herself from that tree, and stands in front of you. And you watch as like her limbs are very willowy, and like she kind of doesn't really stand still. It's like as a gust kind of moves through the branches, she kind of moves too. It's very ethereal, like. But she seems to kind of give you the moment.
I will extend my hand towards her, specifically the hand that has my ring of spell storing. That's the word. And just kind of say, like, breathe, relax, don't push back against this. It's not a book, not made of paper. And I will use banishment on her.
With that persuasion roll, you feel a little bit of resistance as she sees the flash of arcane energy, but she looks at Elk for a second, and like Elk, like that kind of that little story, and like the realization that you come from a forest, and like that connection kind of relaxes her, and she reaches out a hand almost to touch yours, and like her fingertips kind of graze yours very lightly as the spell goes off. You feel a little bit of tension for a moment, and then poof, she's gone.
Oh, is she invisible? What'd you do?
Nope. She's back in her home plane, at least for the next minute, as long as I don't get smacked upside the head. And she'll be back there permanently if this all goes well.
Well, that was awfully nice of you.
Thank you.
She's the first one that hasn't tried to eat us or antagonize us like them little fairy dragons.
Generally, if you don't mess with the dryads and their trees, they don't mess with you back.
Do we think all of the things that are here were brought here, or were some of them bred here?
But, I mean, I suppose that's possible. I just assumed the wizard had dragged them all here against their will.
I
Well,
assume so
how
as well.
long was this running? I mean, it was running for years, right?
Mm-hmm. Couple years.
So they probably could have bred some after.
Well, depending on how.
Non-human trafficking.
Probably some illegal breeding of exotic
yeah.
animals without a permit.
With definitely their
You need a permit for
please.
that?
You need
Gonna
a permit
look
for
into
almost
my-
everything.
Into the
Really?
pocket at the little fuzzy creature, like
It looks up at you.
snacking there.
Who signs permits for a demiplane? I mean, wouldn't he sign his own permits? It's like, you know.
You have to go. You
big
have to
piece of
go to the
paper.
Wizards Council, and there's like, it's honestly, it's really, really, really tedious. There's like forms that are in like triplicate, and then you need the
But it's his
carbon.
own- I mean, if it's his own demiplane, wouldn't he just like have a piece of paper here? I do what I want, signed wizard. Like,
Apparently no, you can't do that anymore. Ever since people started doing shit like this.
Wait, so are we trespassing then? Do we need a permit to be here?
Oh no, we
Are
got
you
we
breaking
got
the law?
approval. No, we got
Yeah,
approval.
Okay. From who though? It was that guy's gone.
Oh, from whoever's at the top of the chain. Whoever's stamped.
I just think laws are stupid. Rules. Who needs
I-
them? If they're too
It's like
confusing.
appalled.
Well, like how do you just have a book of all the laws and rules? Like so you can just
Yes.
you do.
I think there are even libraries dedicated to that, I've heard.
They're
They're called
not-
law libraries.
It's not even
Why?
one book.
That
There's
sounds
many
awful.
books.
I mean,
Yeah.
to be fair, I can barely read, but I still think that's excessive. And more reason
Hulk only knows that because he like dated a girl once who wanted to be a lawyer. Like he's not actually that smart.
Yeah.
He just
He's like, there's a lot of
Just
books
dated.
though.
He met
Mostly
a
because,
kid named
again,
Thurston Nollard who practically lived in one of those libraries.
most laws come about because somebody does something that goes a little too far.
Okay, well, that doesn't seem fair. They didn't know they were going too far, and then they went too far. So why should they be punished
No,
for that?
there's a distance you go where you should know.
I've heard a phrase, regulations are written in blood. Is that like literal, or is that...
It depends on the regulations and which
okay.
planes are involved. Some of them, yeah.
To make the laws.
In the infernal planes, definitely in blood.
I feel like we've changed the subjects here.
Yes.
We were doing things.
We were going somewhere.
Right.
Leave it up to Nerd House to want to discuss the red tape and regulations of the universe. Always.
Always. I need the details.
It all comes back to contract law. That's just...
Always. All right.
No,
All right, so we are going to a lagoon.
Okay.
Wizard Ron Burgundy is my next character.
Mm-hmm. Oh my god, so good.
I do what I
So
want.
good.
Sorry.
Yeah. Rhodes.
After Elk has his one piece of law knowledge that he shares, he and everyone else is still chattering. He wants to do a survival check to see if he can see,
Sure.
even if it's not an official path, like maybe if there's kind of just like a naturally worn down path of maybe, I don't know, wizard shaped footprints of maybe where he would often walk between Titan Lagoon and somewhere around here, kind of in the direction that she pointed at as she was speaking.
Yeah, go ahead and roll me that.
That is a natural 20, 27.
Hot damn. Yeah, I was gonna make you fuckers try and find it. You do.
Like a bright neon sign pointing to the path. isn't there?
Basically, you follow. Okay, so Elf follows the dryads pointing, and like, okay, she was a little spacey, so like, it's not like she gave concrete answers of GPS level, but she does her pointing and general like context clues allow you to look through it's actually a couple things. You all move further down the path, down the established path, under the Titan Lagoon archway. However, and Elk, you remember this, before there was a, like, so you went under the archway, and as you had approached this small building, there were exhibits of deep sea creatures, like on either side, and it was a pathway. And it was like big tanks filled with like a great white shark, a giant crab, all that kind of stuff. You see those exhibits, you see most of them shattered and destroyed. But you notice before, like, you're like, okay, I know this way is the way we had gone to get to the VIP box, to get inside, blah, blah, blah. With that survival check, though, you kind of get into the mind of Marblecut, and you're like, okay, you wouldn't put anything on the main walkway in fear of somebody finding something. Even if it's like a wayward asshole who like thinks, oh, it happens all the fucking time. Somebody's like, ooh, a door I'm not supposed to go through. I'm gonna go through it, etc., etc. You also realize that, like, okay, so this guy, he's gonna go back this way. Seemingly no one's gonna follow him, but he wants it hidden, blah, blah, blah. With the survival check, you are able to point, like, see right before, so like on the edge of where the forest walk and those deep sea exhibits, like, butt up against each other, there's a small, almost imperceptible footpath of like trodden leaves, and like just like when people cut across grass, like because they want to cut the corner of a sidewalk, it's that exact kind of pathway, and you're like, there, and it's like just enough that you kind of have to like skirt around a small like wooden fence that's like knee high. That kind of thing, but you spot that entrance, or that pathway, actually, that snakes to the right, kind of going actually back north and around the aquarium exhibits.
Yeah, Elk will, gesture everyone to follow him in that direction and start going down that path.
Okay. You all head through. You continue to hear sounds of the forest walk. At one point, a shrub picks up, like you spook a shrub, and it picks up and runs away and like teeters off into the brush. You hear this. Bless you.
Shrub.
No, it's just the shrub.
You come around the corner and are now again parallel with that main path heading towards the building. And you can now see what would have originally been like, so the wall to your left is of those separate tanks. Some are shattered already. Like, they're all shattered for the most part, but some, like the glass where you are, is still kind of intact in some places, destroyed in others. You can see clear through to the other tanks and across the established pathway. You see, like, the coral now actually not drying out because it's been raining. Suffering, but not dried out. None of the creatures that used to live here are here. Not quite sure where they might be. It's hard to kind of track anything that would be wet because everything is wet. But eventually the path leads you around this exhibit towards the building, past. So once you get, and Elk would know this, you had to pass through a small interior hallway. Like, the path goes into a building. Elk would know this building is the one that contained all of, like, the kraken information, like historical facts about the kraken, and like, this is our kraken, and the history of the park, and titans, and blah. It actually loops around that building and proceeds to the main body of the arena. Or the observation arena, I guess would be better. But the path ends at a stark white wall that exceeds all the way up. And it's like 30, 40 feet up. But the worn path kind of butts right up against the base of this wall.
Pick up a rock and throw it at the wall.
That worked.
Roll me an attack check.
Is it real check? Go. Dagger. 16.
16. You hit the rock hits the building. The building is real.
All right.
And leaves a mark on the, like, stucco stone wall.
All right. Wall's real.
He's probably not going to see anything when he tries, but he would like to do an investigation to see if it looks like there's some sort of runes that are activated or something of that nature.
Sure.
Cast guidance, because I've totally been remembering that I have that spell.
Oh yes, I also think I do. Also,
You guys have 3d4s.
Such fail.
I do also have 3d4s.
Can I stack them? Can I take guidance and use a d4?
Yeah, I don't see why not.
We're gonna do that.
You
We're
can't
gonna try to
stack
make this
guidances, but you can definitely stack a donation d4 with its guidance.
sweet. Okay. That still is only a 14.
Elk. Would you roll an investigation?
Investigation, yeah.
Okay, that's
But
okay.
He could get us here. Okay?
That's fine.
That's all he could do.
That's okay. So you continue to follow in the marble cut, like, state of mind, walk up to the building, and you actually do notice at the path, where the path ends and up against the wall, not quite a handprint, but like, you know, like when you have like a white door and it just like gets dirty over time with people touch it. Similar kind of like the wall is dirty just because it's in the forest, but it's not. This is like, it seems like it's constant like touch point in this
It's like a
particular
Smudge.
where like the
yeah.
one part is more gold than
Mhm. Yeah, it's kind of smudgy. It's kind of like worn away. It's smoother right here. About like hold up a hand kind of height. But you don't spot any like specific anything else. You just notice like the physical touch of it.
He's not got a great intelligence. See, he's gonna touch it right there, hand
Yeah.
on handprint.
And on handprint. Great.
Hand-
Obviously,
Sure.
that's where your hand goes, right?
It's where your hand goes. You reach up and you touch where the hand is, and you think like you're like this. It's just a wall. Like there's nothing there. And then you see beneath your fingers a rune lights up, like becomes this hot glow, like a coal in a fire, and you're like, oh, that's okay, that's weird. Like it's magic. Fine, magic kind of gives off a heat. No, that's not heat. That's fire. Ow, 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 and it burns your hand.
Wall hurts. The wall hurts. I don't think it wants us to go in there.
Well, that's never stopped me before. Here, let me check.
I mean, I could remove that particular burning, maybe.
Braille, do you touch it?
I'm just looking where she touched it and just trying to see like, is there it glowed and did some weird.
Yep, it glowed. It gave off heat. As Elk moves back and removes his hand from the wall, you see like the afterglow, like a toaster time kind of thing, and like the afterglow of the rune before it cools, and you see it kind of vanish back into the wall.
But there's no like mechanism or anything.
Mm-mm.
Well, that doesn't have a keyhole, so I don't really know what to do much with that. Here, take a hit.
I want to put my hand on the wall,
Mhm.
not on that same spot, but like a foot away to see if it does the same thing.
It does not.
So
Is the spot safe? That's not.
that's not. But I guess that could also be, the doorknob, the unsafe spot.
Probably just some magical stuff that means we can't go in there. Oh
Maybe
god,
just
do you think
ask-
we need
ask
his
nicely.
hand?
I mean, I guess in theory that could still be in the park.
Mellock. No, I'm kidding.
Does it get? Does it still count as his hand if it's not actually attached to him?
I guess it depends on the spell.
Yeah. I mean, I can try and dispel it.
Yeah.
That seems
If you think of
reasonable.
anything else, go for it.
Yeah.
That's a downright reasonable plan for this group.
Yeah. I mean,
I could dig under it, couldn't I?
potentially.
You first. Okay.
I will cast Dispel Magic at 3rd level.
Okay, one moment.
Oh, I didn't.
Bear with me one moment. D&D Beyond's being slow. Okay, go ahead and roll me a... You said 3rd?
Yeah, 3rd.
Okay, go ahead and roll me a... Oh, what is it?
You want a spellcasting check?
Yeah, give me a spellcasting check, please.
It's gonna be 19.
Perfect. Yeah. With that roll especially, that's more than enough. You do your thing, and you can feel the rune fighting against you, and it glows that like vicious bright red and like almost like flame, until and it's brighter and brighter and brighter, and like you all kind of like look away
Close
until
your eyes.
you feel your spell catch on something and just rip the magic out of this rune, and it all goes dark.
Well, that was very nasty.
But it goes dark, and you actually see with that, as that is broken, a straight like crack in the or break in the wall appears like a door, kind of almost like releasing like with a pop.
I'm good. Okay, I'll do it again. And he'll kind of try to like, almost like it's a cabinet door, like push and see if that pops it open the rest of the way.
Oh, is it like one of the ones you have to push it in a little bit and then it like unlocks it?
Kinda, yeah. You lean it in, and like it gives a little bit of, it has a little bit of give, and you're like, okay, this is weird, and then it kind of bounces away from the frame, and then it swings open. And you see inside a surprise staircase that heads up.
Was another spiral one?
Yeah, another spiral
Why do
one.
they always start with stairs?
Towers.
Why do
It's
they
a
like
wizard thing, I
spiral?
swear.
Why
It's
can't
a
you have
wizard
like a
thing.
wizard's ranch?
That's not as
The
cool.
Wizard's Ranch. I like that.
Split level.
Alright, so you all head in?
Yep.
Yep.
Yeah.
Seems like the best bet. I mean, best is relative, but yeah.
Is it dark in here, or
It is
are there
dark.
magical wizard lights?
I can cast light.
Cast light. Looking into the stairwell, it doesn't appear to be. It seems like there's no like magic field. It looks like it just goes straight up to a door up top. Unlike the carousel, this one seems to be kind of straightforward. There's no magic jiggery pokery about it. And you all ascend the staircase. Da, 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 da.
Yes,
You ascend to the top. You head up the stairs and get to the door. The door is unlocked. You get the feeling that this pompous asshole thought that if nobody was going to be able to get past his arcane lock, because, why would they? Also, I think it's funny when wizards trap themselves out of their own towers, but alas, he was a little too smart for that. That's a different one shot. Such a good idea. I like that.
That would be fun.
Just an agency filled with locksmiths. Like, I see you locked yourself out of your magical coffers, and you need to add treasure to it. Yeah, we'll unlock it for you.
Mm-hmm. We'll go through all those traps for you.
It's gonna cost you though.
Mm-hmm.
That would be a fun, yeah.
That'd be fun.
Yeah, that'd be fun.
Mm-hmm.
Magical AAA.
Yeah.
Help! I've locked myself out of my griffin.
Yes. Absolutely. So you all head up. The door at the top of the stairs is relatively nondescript, and you open it to find. You open it to find a lavish office, clearly settled as almost a crown atop the Titan Lagoon arena. floor to ceiling windows from what you could even and not hidden. You had seen these windows, Elk, on the other side, like from the VIP box. They were a little more shadowed and hidden that like nobody could see in, but they were there. They were obvious. Not that anybody looks really like that's not your main point of concern at the lagoon necessarily. But floor to ceiling windows allowing for a 360-degree view of this end of the park, including the very, very large, I believe I had said, how long is this lagoon? 1,000-foot lagoon. From end to end. Including the lagoon itself. You see beyond it, and like it's murky water, it's green. And you see the forest walk around it as well. Just a week ago, someone standing in this very spot would have been able to see hundreds of guests, rare creatures in the exhibits that allowed for outside viewing, and the exquisitely crafted exhibits that were home to some of these creatures. Basically art throughout this demiplane. Now it is a sea of destruction and devastation with the occasional wandering monster. You see small flocks of what are probably those fairy dragons off in the distance. You see roaming occasional fire. You're not sure if it's part of the Earth, Wind, and Fire exhibit or some just general chaos. Off in the dire wilderness section, you see something emerge from the tunnels that you had been in. A large badger that had been burrowing. It is... You guys had walked through it at a base level and seen the destruction. Seeing it all at once, you realize how devastating this had actually been. Yeah, and you just see the total destruction. Leather.
How do the windows? Are the windows okay? Like still intact completely, or do they have some damage or anything?
Up here, there's occasional cracks. Some of the windows are cracked and not shattered. But it looks like like some have spider webbing across them. Most of the damage is from the lagoon side. Okay. Nothing open, like you're not feeling the wind or the rain. But there is definite damage. You can see cracks in any of this. There's some supporting pillars and you can see cracks in there. You see cracks in the ceiling. Some general like destruction, but up here is not untouched, but not totally destroyed. There's not like an open side to the office by any means. You do see leather furniture, similarly lavish to the carousel. Actually, no, more lavish than the carousel. The carousel furniture was a little more humble, a little more like everyday man working, kind of thing. This is where the money went. The desk is this great mahogany like piece that could easily sit 2 or 3 people. The leather chair is like
they have like plastic on it.
Yeah, basically, like absolutely. Like there's protectors on the leather. There's like couches. This room has multiple like bookshelves. And like very clearly is the place someone would actually be in.
It looks like it was used, like it.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, the leather chair has been sat in and worn. It's still in like perfect condition, like no scratches or anything, but you can tell there's like a body indent. There's papers across the desk. There's like all of the books have like worn edges and like, excuse me, everything seems to have been used in here.
Barry's gonna go to the bookshelf and start looking at the books.
Okay. Go ahead and roll me an investigation check.
Yeah, I'd like to go and look at the desk, kind of rifle through the papers and such.
Sure. Yeah, anybody who wants to do anything, either investigation or if there's something you want to look at specifically, just tell me what you rolled.
7 for the investigation check on the bookshelves.
Bookshelves, you see, again, like these are definitely much more used books. I'll say with a 7, nothing of like very specific, like arcana level. You see a lot of stuff about like creatures of the deep and
but they're actual books.
they're
with, like,
actual books with actual text. Yes. Do you know what you're
I
rolling?
got a 12. I'm looking for valuable things.
Okay.
25 for desk papers.
25 for desk papers. You see, the big thing here is a ledger, and it is it looks like it's his books, like not his spell book, but like his financial books.
the books the lawyer wants.
The books the lawyer wants, probably yes. There's some other pages about like a bunch of contracts, some correspondence letters with somebody looking to sell some creatures.
Found the paper trail.
You kind of found the paper trail, yeah.
We have these creatures that we would like to bring you during the dark of night.
It's super illegal. Please.
Yeah, we have these super illegal creatures.
There's a letter from a smuggler specifically, like a poacher, that talks about, yeah, I can get you what you want. You just have to give me you have to send me the gold. You also see a couple, like you see that one of like, I can get you, I don't fucking know, whatever monster. Yeah, I can get you a Drider, no problem, from the Underdark, but it's going to cost you a little bit extra to get, just for the hazard. But if you want to build an Underdark exhibit, then you need a Drider. But yeah, we just need hazard pay. And if you pay enough, I could probably get you a Duragar too, if you're into that kind of thing. And then you find another letter from another guy who says, Marble Cut, I went into the, and it's irate. I went into the Underdark. I went to get your shit and you're not paying me because I didn't bring you everything. I will come and I will find you at that fucking park. Like, there is a mixture of...
He made some enemies.
There's a mixture of, like, business and nasty business on this desk, for sure.
Uh-oh. Yeah, he definitely seems to have been balancing his books by possibly cheating some of his vendors. Nothing having to do with like Kraken, right? Like, okay.
No, not recently. Not on the desktop.
Okay.
Do those papers have like a name on it? You said like it's a known smuggler, right?
Yeah.
Oak looks at it. He's not gonna say it out loud, but he knows that guy.
Yeah.
It's like that guy's an asshole.
I know that guy.
Yeah, there's a couple of names that you recognize on some of these.
Piece of shit.
He was gonna cut him deep.
Ian will be making use of the 360-degree windows and starting looking near the Titan Lagoon. Like, do I see the Titan? Do I see where it went? Because that's important to know where to not be. And then also looking up.
Mm-hmm. Looking for that
11.
rock. Okay, you're looking for that bird.
Yep.
Okay. Bird first. You do not see the bird. However, at the 360 view, you can see in further, I guess from your spot southeast towards Feathered Wings exhibit, you see actually on top of the building what looks like the starts of a very large nest. And you don't see the bird yet, but you see like clearly where it was headed. However, moving towards the lagoon side, you see the absolute destruction this thing wrought less than a week ago. The lagoon is actually, like, you can see the water line has dropped Despite the rain, it's actually a weird kind of balance. Like the water is murky, but like Elk, you see it, and Elk, when you came, the water was like that weird, like, what is it, like, it's not like duckweed, where it's like the weird, like, weeds that kind of sit on the top and create like a layer, and it's typically undisturbed. Here, it's like all the silt and everything has been stirred up. The water line is like this weird, like the shoreline has been fucked up because of like the displacement of water, but also the addition of rainwater. A lot of it washed away. Some of the trees have kind of slid into the lagoon itself. The thing that kind of like really takes your breath away is the absolute destruction of the arena. Like the viewing area totally destroyed. Like it is just a mess of benches and like just shattered wood and metal. You can see actually a path very obviously where you guys didn't come around that side of the building yet, but on the southern side of the building, and I'll even ping it like here ish, you see a path probably about 30, 40 feet wide that is just drug ground, like just mashed ground, as if something had pulled itself out of the lagoon and dragged itself across the ground towards the other exhibits and the main thoroughfare.
Y'all wouldn't happen to know. Are krakens amphibious? Did I miss that lesson?
Definitely didn't seem to have a problem being out of the water when I saw it last.
That's a very good question.
Is there like
silence.
a big building over there? Like the drag marks, do they go somewhere?
Can we roll to?
Yeah, go ahead.
Do we know if they can survive out of water for extended periods of time?
Yeah, go ahead and roll for kraken. Roll me nature checks.
Roll for kraken.
For kraken.
I don't even think Barry knows what amphibious means, but I'm still gonna roll.
Roll for understanding the word amphibious.
That'll be a 6, so that fits for Barry.
Barry knows nothing.
14.
Be an 8.
Ian knows nothing.
That's 17 from you, Rhodes.
17
Yeah,
for
17, yeah.
Elk. What about you two?
14.
I asked the question, so I'm not rolling.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's fair.
I didn't ask the question if I knew.
Oh, that's fair. That's fair.
I don't know. Sometimes I ask a question, then I go, wait a minute.
That's true. That's true.
But I actually know that. That's a good point. You wouldn't, if you had asked the question, you wouldn't know. Elk and Olive. Olivine, you know that kraken can breathe air and water. They are amphibious. You know that their preferred layers are in water. They don't last very long. Like frogs or anything else amphibious, they don't really care to be on land for very long. So there's that. Elk, having been practically chased out of the park by this thing. Not really chased. It didn't really pursue you. It just kind of chased everybody out. And by chased, it like clawed its way down the thoroughfare. You see a stopping point, probably closer to the fountain from this angle. From up here, like as you guys are talking and like you're trying to see what has been happening, you didn't like look behind you to look where the kraken was going to be when you jumped into the teleportation circle. You see that the big drag marks kind of stop at the fountain. And then it kind of looks like there's enough of disturbance that I'll say you can tell that it had like, okay, not turned around, but like returned back this way. There's like building collapse, Earth, Wind, and Fire, like half of Earth, Wind, and Fire is gone, basically. That you assume that it didn't go rampaging the rest of the park. Also, I will say to those that are looking out the windows that the center of the storm seems to be here. You were right. You knew it. You knew it.
So frustrating when you know, but you're like, my character doesn't know that. My character doesn't know that.
They're too stupid. They're too stupid to know. Yes.
He's a himbo. He's not gonna know that. That's not the point of his character.
I need our himbo gunslingers to be in a group together because I think it would be fun.
Oh my god. No brains.
No brains. All bullets.
brains.
It's
Just
only
bullets.
pretty.
Only
Yeah, all
pretties.
bullets,
All bullets, no
All bullets,
brains.
no brains. That's the name of that stream.
That's yes.
The
Done.
hippo party.
The himbo party. All bullets, no brains. Someone write that down, please.
We'll bring bacon lit.
Yes. Yes. Bring bacon lit. Absolutely.
Have a hard cap on intelligence and wisdom at 10.
Yeah. Yeah. Preferably
Not
8.
only are you not going to know the thing, you're definitely not going to know that it's a bad idea.
Yeah. All impulse, no control.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah.
That half a brain cell between everyone.
Brain cell that just bounces.
The Orange Cat Club.
Yeah. It must be done. I love that throughout the course of this afternoon, we've come up with like 3 different other streams we have to do. So yes. Is that everybody? Did I get everybody?
Oh, I rolled a 9, so I just fail.
Okay.
He was trying to find the book. He probably didn't get the book with a 9.
No, you look at like the you look around, you don't really see like any sort of like a pedestal with an open book or anything on the bookshelves. You get actually distracted by the kraken question.
Fair.
I got a 12 too. Like, I'm looking for valuables, and I do have and I know this is purely in character. It's not personal, but I did take opportunistic thief. So if I sleight of hand things, I can pocket them
Without
flawlessly and
Yeah.
put them in my possession.
Legit. Yeah, even with a 12, you see like you see like figurines, you see a lot of magical creature like artifacts, teeth, scales, basically like a hunt, like, okay, think about like a stereotypical like hunter lodge.
Yeah.
But like safari hunter lodge, and it's
Got
a lot
it.
of that kind of stuff, along with like a handful of other valuables.
Anything that's like pocket sized, I'm just nabbing.
Yeah.
Just casually. Hey, everyone know krakens are amphibious? Is that just
Start filling your pockets. Yeah, legit. What was your sleight of hand check?
18?
Yeah. With little issue, everyone's looking for the book or looking for the kraken, that you are able to kind of drop whatever into your pockets with little issue.
I'm not sure which ones of these folks are narcs yet. I know that one is. So I'll probably split this up between everybody else, but I don't want them to know where it came from, you know. And that one's a narc. They need to know that it was a gift from me, not that I found it through illicit means.
Ian is probably also doing similar of picking things up and looking at it, and then absentmindedly, like, he means to put it back on the desk, but it's going in his pocket or in the bag or something.
I mean, you guys were also told book and anything else valuable, so
Yeah.
Also,
I mean,
you know,
this was all
when you mentioned-
authorized in advance.
like fuck this
when you
guy.
mentioned like
So
figurines, I'm thinking
authorized
like
stealing is okay?
on the desk there's like
Now it just feels
sick ass
wrong.
Gundam figure.
Yeah, sick ass
Just
Gundam
doesn't
figure.
fit, but like that's rare. 9.
Not stealing, it is artifact retrieval.
It's It's
That's
recovery.
the difference when it's authorized. You get a new term for it.
Artifacts have to be registered, and I'm not interested in registering nothing.
I'm not sure that was actually in the contract. I think they just said recover.
Oh, well, in that case, here, you want a tooth?
What tooth?
I think it's a dragon tooth.
Are there dragons in this place? Are there
Probably.
dragons with
I mean-
kraken?
Did we put dragons in here?
I mean, there's wing. There's
Funny enough, I don't have dragons except for the pseudo and the fairies.
There's a commemorative water bottle that says water elementals only.
All right, you guys.
So,
All right, so we're going to go dive into the lagoon and fight a kraken. That's what I heard.
Absolutely not. We are not getting paid
alright.
enough to
do we
fight a
think the
kraken.
where do we think the book is though?
That's right.
My
we're looking
money
for a
was
book.
in here.
yeah,
Yeah.
I mean, I feel like if it's his big book, like the big thick book with all the fancy shit, it's not. He wouldn't have taken that with him where it could get damaged or stolen or.
Well, unless he needed a spell out of it. Now, the dryad, she was talking about how he forgot a spell one time and the phoenix almost got out. So, I mean.
And the kraken, it seemed like he was trying to do something to it. It did not work. And then it, ate him.
Allegedly.
Maybe he grabbed the wrong book.
Maybe he grabbed the wrong book.
He flipped through it and was like, well, shit.
I just love the thought of a wizard grabbing the wrong book and showing up and being like 1,001 recipes for.
Crap.
These are the wrong spells. This is social encounters, not combat. Damn it.
I mean, okay,
That
look.
is the worst feeling in the world.
Yeah.
I would say everyone has done that at least once.
Yep.
How to make friends that influence
Those
people.
people shit.
Yeah.
So, can I use my divine intervention? Fix my spell selection because I picked find creature and not locate object. And also, find creature will not help me in this case since it's probably underwater. And that's a really dumb caveat to the spell, by the way.
You
Wizards,
can't
if
find
you're listening-
creatures underwater?
Yeah, that's stupid.
You can't find
No,
really?
it's
Really?
Yeah, there's
it's
like
blocked if there's
it's
more
same
than
with-
10 feet of water.
It's
in
also
your
like
path.
Oh,
objects will do that too. Certain objects you can't find if it's between things. Roll me your divine intervention roll.
hi God.
Gotta roll 10 or 10 or lower. I rolled 100 yesterday to decide something. I was like,
I think you should get something for that.
right?
Well,
There's
that
some-
is notably above as a 56.
I was hoping that you would roll low like you've been rolling all afternoon.
That would be helpful.
have that.
So that wasn't going to happen.
Unfortunately, with the 56, this Demiplane, while your deity can access you for get you your spells, does not seem to be able to help you in this particular moment.
Deity responds with, huh? What? I wasn't
What?
paying
Huh?
attention.
Where are you?
Never mind.
I can't see you. Where are you?
Can you hear me now?
There's some
hang
spotty
on,
reception.
let me go over there.
That's weird over there.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go.
Yeah, that's a weird. What are you doing over there?
Let me call you back.
Yeah.
Sorry, I switched to Boost Mobile.
All right. What would you all like to do?
Do I have anything that can find objects? I don't think so.
Don't think I have any of those sorts of things.
I don't think so either.
No. Is there? Okay, it's probably going to require me to attempt to observe stuff again.
I mean, typically,
but-
yes.
Is there anything that looks like it is prominently placed? Like when we were in the other fake office, there was clearly like, oh, here's this
Mhm.
really fancy portrait of him. Do we see stuff like that it's like, that looks prominent?
Roll me a perception check.
That's not bad. That's a 12.
Okay. 12's not bad. You surprisingly don't see a whole lot of like self-imagery in here. It's also like there's no walls, it's all windows. You do see I have notes. Where are my notes? You do see like a framed picture on the desk that looks like it's a smaller replica of the portrait that Ian took. Surprisingly, yeah, here it's actually weird. It's less about marble cut and more about like the imagery here is a lot like the carousel, where it's a lot about the creatures. It's about the kraken. It's about like you get a lot more of that kind of decor instead of the look at me, it's my face everywhere kind of idea. You can tell that this is his obsession, not so much the obsession he's generated for public appearance.
The only thing of note to him is the photo of him holding the fancy book. He's gonna pick it up and he's gonna look to Ian, who's like the most magical of us, mostly. Even though it's not arcane magic, it's magic. It's a could the book be like, could this be the book? And it's like magically inside here? I don't know. We've seen this
Like,
photo
reach in
twice
the picture and
now. I
take
don't
it?
know. Like, does he have a demiplane inside of a demiplane? And the
You can do that. Like it's like you incept that. It just keeps going down. It's demiplanes all the way down.
Kraken's all the way down.
I don't know. We've just seen this picture twice now, and it seems weird to me. That seem like a
Seems
legit
important.
thing?
Can we tell if the picture is magical?
Roll me an Arcana check, or a detect magic.
Nope, definitely Arcana. Don't have detect magic. No detecting of magic in this room. Arcana 17.
17. As Elk picks up the frame and moves it from the desk and kind of just like gestures it out to you all, you do get a slightly like off it, unlike the frame that Ian was tearing apart. This one does give off a slight arcane feeling.
Picture's magical? Feels kind of get that like tingly thing, kind of like if you accidentally touch something that's got electricity.
Oh yeah.
So I mean, could be a book.
Look at 9
Could be a book and a photo.
Grab the
Did you
little
do
book out
that
of the
one
photo.
thing that you did earlier where you made the door, like where you,
The
Mary and Ashley are forgetting the word for
The
it.
spell
Spelling the
magic.
magic.
Yes.
man.
You know,
Sure,
brains
I
are
could
starting to
try-
melt. We're on hour 4.
I could try, certainly. I can try to, if there's something specific on it. But if someone else has
worth a
any
shot.
thoughts on how
What
it
are
might
thoughts?
work,
All I've
No
got
thoughts?
is I could throw the fuzzy thing at it, and that's about all I
I'll
got.
probably try to eat it.
Awesome.
Yeah. I mean,
Could we
I
just
can
ask
see if
for
I could pull the book
Yeah.
out, but
Yeah, but
that's
yeah,
probably
or
not
ask
going to
Vic-
work. He's gonna
Hey,
like
please.
take 2 fingers to like try to like see if they'll go. It goes inside. Essentially, like what he did last time he saw
Yeah,
this photo.
totally.
He's gonna
It's
try to
good.
touch it. Be like, this one.
Like
It's a book for ants.
like the last time, you do not feel anything but canvas and paint. I will say, however, that it does feel almost like there's a little more give to the canvas. But nothing like you can't like grab anything or anything like that.
It's like a picture frame of holding.
So you just stick your arm in there? Is that?
Well, I think it's you can't like actually poke into it. It seems like it's like stuck or something.
I mean, I
Closed?
tried. It didn't. It's not like when we went to the other office and when you stuck your arm through,
Mm.
it came out somewhere else. Like
Yeah.
It's, I don't know, bouncy. Like I can push more than you would think. But
What about checking from the other
not-
side? Like, is there a fake back to it?
Oh, yeah.
There is. Yeah, it's just a. You can go ahead. I mean, you can go ahead and take a look. You flip it over, and it's just like a regular like photo frame back. It's got the little latches and everything.
oh, cool.
Pop those out.
Open it. Yeah. Pop them out, open it, like see what happens.
You look at the back, and it does have a bit of a shimmer to it, like an arcane shimmer. But it doesn't have like there. You can still see the canvas backing, but it's almost similarly to the arcane threshold of the carousel office. Same kind of vibe.
Well,
Hmm.
because it's apparently his thing. He's gonna keep trying to stick his arm through it.
Yeah.
Maybe you have to think about like what you want. Like I want my spell book. Like we know what it looks like.
I want my old life back.
He's
It
like,
only can work if
okay.
it's inside the space.
He'll
Maybe
like
it is inside the space.
visualize it.
I really miss the
He'll
hillside.
manifest this.
Yeah, I was like, you have to manifest, okay?
Okay.
You
You
gotta visualize.
visualize, you manifest, you
Yeah,
think
mhm.
about
Say,
the
I
book.
will get the book. I will
You'll
get the book.
I have the book.
I have, yeah. Positive affirmation.
You
Yes.
reach, you kind of do like the pinch, and then your hand sinks beyond the arcane. And you think about the book, and you kind of move around, like kind of pat, and you feel this like box shape on the other side, and your hand hits. You almost actually scratch your hand on a sharp edge as you're kind of patting around, but you also feel like a soft leather surrounding this sharper edge. And you grasp the item and you pull, and a book about, yay big, brown leather bound with amethyst stones, both raw and cut, kind of dotting around it, with like a clasp that is buckled with an amethyst stone, is pulled out. Seemingly, like weirdly, it fits within this frame, but doesn't fit within this frame. And gives your brain one of those like weird time-space kind of like doesn't want to really, just not going to think about it kind of moments. And suddenly in one hand you have the book, and one hand you have the portrait.
That was cool as hell. Turn
You
around,
understand
retch a little bit.
So he is. He's like, I knew this photo meant something. I knew it from the get-go. He's like so proud of how smart he is.
That
Ian,
was real
seeing
cool
that,
looking, but my brain didn't like it.
he's going to spread out the large picture of that and start just going, I think I can, like try and stick his hand into the big one as it's spread out on the desk.
You punch the desk. Nothing
I
there.
should have thought a can harder. Or not, I can't tell.
You pull the book from the frame, and the leather is almost warm to your touch. And all of you feel like as it comes out of the frame and Elk kind of gets settled, you feel this ripple of arcane energy.
Oh,
Just
didn't
like
that.
a gentle kind of filling the space from the, like, emanates from the book. And for a
And the tail
second,
tingle in a bad way.
you think, okay, and like, no noise, nothing, until a low groan responds, deep and terrifying. But it doesn't come from any one direction. Instead, it comes deep from within your brain. Someone dares to return. Elk, this voice is familiar.
Gosh.
Elk, go ahead and roll me a... Actually, everyone, go ahead and roll me a wisdom saving throw.
Oh, I'm so good at these.
Am I being potentially charmed in some way?
You are not being charmed, but it will be the frightened effect.
Sick.
Be 20.
5.
Fear. 20?
That one I don't have again.
What was yours, Barry?
25.
25? Wonderful.
Oh wait.
Bro got a 7.
Brill, buddy,
I am a rabbit.
you are a rabbit.
I'm a frightened rabbit.
17.
10.
10, 17. Actually, hold on. Bear with me a second. Okay, yeah. Elk, you actually get to roll with advantage because you've heard this voice before in your brain.
It's in your head.
Okay, that's an 18 then.
Much better. Brill. It's these, buddy.
I'm on the board. Let's go.
Yeah, the voice sends chills just racking through your body. As the voice starts to get louder and louder, this groaning noise. Anybody who had been looking out the lagoon starts to see the water shift and kind of splash, and currents start to churn in the water. And the
I'm gonna be
voice...
honest, y'all. That sounds like a fuck no to me. Help! Help!
Oh,
And
he's definitely a
crawling down
fuck
the
no.
stairs.
The fear effect, absolutely. And as you all bolt out of the office, if you would like it, I will say it's cool if you grab last minute things as you're leaving. It totally makes sense. As you bolt out of the door, down the stairs, you hear, "Get out," as this voice yells, nearly breaking your minds in two as the whole building shakes. You see, Ian, you look behind you as you're leaving, and you see these huge tentacles just slam against the windows, smashing glass where there was weak points and shattering others. The whole building just... any like structural integrity it had in the beginning or like after the first attack, gone, as you all just roll down the stairs. I'm gonna need everyone to make me dexterity saving throws as you head down the stairs, please.
In the hole! In the hole! In the hole!
Yeah. Well, I guess I don't know if we want to be in the... Do we want to be in a hole? Can it be in a hole?
I want to be in a hole.
Maybe it's like taking up all of the...
It feels like the whole demiplane is shaking as the kraken bellows at all of you.
I'm pretty sure if I've got to be underground and the whole ground is shaking, I will vomit all over everybody.
As a rabbit, I would like to be under the ground right now.
What is everybody's dexterity saving throw as you hurtle down the stairs?
21.
23, and I'd like to...
23?
I'm long board. I'm on the board down the stairs.
Elk?
21.
21? Ian?
17.
Okay. Olive.
10.
10. Olive. All right. Anybody over a 15 takes 5 points of bludgeoning damage as you kind of like barrel down the stairs. All of you are going to take 10.
Mm-hmm.
As you head out, you all blast out of the building. You can hear it crumbling behind you, and this whole ecosystem, this strange ecosystem, this whole demiplane starts to rattle like dice in a cup, and you can feel the kraken just like the last remnants of arcane energy from Marble Cut emanate with the kraken, and the anger just perpetuates through. Lightning and thunder crash down. The storm picks up. Rain just pelting all of you. As you bolt, where are you heading?
I'd like to point out at this time that as an action, I can give myself a 60-foot burrow speed instead of a 20-foot.
Okay.
And with the frightened condition, I would like to use my action to burrow 60 feet.
Burrow. Cool. Brill is
That'd be
underground.
We are heading towards the north gate. 'cause
The
that's
north
our-
gate, yeah. But we have to crush the thing, right?
Get to the circle. Crush the
Crush.
thing.
Crush the thing. Which way are you going?
Roughly here to there, because that's where the drag path was from the previous.
All the way
Kraken
to the
adventure.
fountain. Just follow the drag
I
path.
don't think I take
Yeah.
damage from that dex save, by the way.
You do not, because you're a
Evasion.
monk.
Yeah. Sorry, not to be like a stickler.
Nope,
but,
you know, yeah. For legit. Thank you for catching that. Absolutely.
Monks.
Monks, man. No damage to nothing. All right, so you are going to head across here and just onto the lawn, basically the east lawn, and towards the fountain, following the drag path, basically.
Yeah, I'm figuring it's the most direct
Yeah.
path, and with the looming kraken, any other beast that's likely to be here is also going to go, I'm going to get the hell out of here because there's a big old kraken coming.
All right.
Also, I don't think it's going to help anything, but probably won't hurt me any. I'm going to pull the little pocket monster out of my pocket and hold it up to the rain and just have it kind of spewing duplicates in our trail.
Amazing.
Okay.
Maybe we can distract something with
Yeah. You huck it like a furry grenade out into the rain. One of them sticks to you, and like you start having some stick to you, but then the others just kind of trail off like a streamer behind you, and they just start escalating and escalating and escalating.
I'm just imagining like a popcorn machine.
Kind of, yeah. Absolutely.
Yeah.
All right. Okay, you all proceed. I'm going to have... Yeah, fuck it. Andy, roll me a d12. Because we got one more wandering monster, and then I'm going to really fuck with you. I'm going to see what I can do to mess with
that's a
y'all.
4.
4. Nice. Roll me a d4.
Uh-oh.
That's the wrong die.
This is the number of Tarrasques we've suddenly
That's a
encountered.
1.
We encounter 1d4 Tarrasques.
Roll me another d4, please.
Another D4.
Yeah.
That's a 3.
You all start bolting across the lawn and like running the trench that the kraken had created to crawl out here originally a couple days ago is filling with water as the storms get worse and worse. You bolt across the grass as much as you can, trying to keep your balance, trying to run. The shaking of this demiplane has like shaken loose all of the denizens that had been like kind of settling, finding places to hide, finding places to nest, pick up like their natural habitats, and things are going nuts. You can see birds flying. You can see even the rock has taken flight again. just kind of trying to stay off the ground. Things are running and bolting. A pack of abyssal chickens comes fleeing across the path, just like bolting as far
Ooh,
away from
chicken.
wherever. Kind of, yeah. Ian, you nearly barrel into a pack of displacer beasts that have bolted across the lawn, practically tackling one as you had like seen it, but then hit the actual displacer beast. And you go into like this tuck and roll with it as you nearly knock it off its feet. Go ahead and roll me another dexterity saving throw.
I use my lucky feet and reroll that. That's a little better. Only a little though. 13.
You don't take any damage and you don't go prone. You manage to catch your feet, and the rest of you see as Ian and one of the displacer beasts, there are 3, intersect, and he sends his displacer beast kind of sliding Tokyo Drift style to the side, and you manage to keep your feet, but you now have the attention of these 3 displacer beasts who all kind of like square off against all of you. I'm not gonna have you roll initiative because we only got about a half hour and I want to get you guys out of here, and I don't want to slow us down with the actual combat, but we'll do this cinematically. What do you guys do in this moment? It's like a heartbeat stop moment of facing off against these predators who, well, yes, scared and are running from the thing that is now king of this place, also still are animals known to hunt for fun.
I can potentially knock them all prone. If that would help.
I can suggest that they run someplace and hide.
I will use banishment at 5th level on 2 of them, just yelling, "Go on and go back to your home."
Go
Oh,
on.
yeah.
What is the save for that?
DC 17 charisma.
Okay.
Go on, get roll.
I don't know if you know this about displacer beasts, but oh, well, have you ever rolled a 0? Because I have. 2 of the displacer beasts gone. Pop. 1 left. Go ahead and roll me an intimidation check as a group. Everyone roll me intimidation.
Ooh, in combat, I can use dexterity or strength instead of charisma,
Fuck.
which means
Intimidation.
plus 13 to intimidation.
Nice jail.
I got 10.
10?
11.
He's like, grr.
11?
I got a 33. I got a natural 20 plus 13.
14.
14? Elk.
6.
Okay. Despite some of you trying to fail, I know it's your dice. Trust me, I get it. I just rolled a 0.
I mean, Elk wanted to actually cast animal friendship.
Oh,
That's why he failed, because he was like halfway through, like,
Oh.
never. We're not being friends. I
not being
see.
friends. Everybody's general, just like the displacer beast is by itself suddenly singled out, and that moment plus the squaring off of the rest of you makes it, you watch as it like duplicates. It does that displacement duplication, and then this weird like mirror image effect, and then it takes off in the direction that they had originally been going, away from the kraken. You're still running in the general same kind of sort of skewed direction, but it is much faster than most of you. And you take off. All right. You continue. To court, like, you continue to kind of cant up. You see on the lawn. Elk, roll me a perception check.
Natural 20, 23.
Fuck yes. Fuck yes. You look, you're searching, trying to like make sure that you're not going to run into anything anymore. You glance over at off the east lawn. To your left, you glance north, and you spot a scaly head poking out above the trees.
Oh my gosh, is it Steve?
Aw.
So the nat fucking 20, it sure as shit is Steve.
Yes.
Who is Steve?
How far away is he?
25 feet.
Close enough. He's casting animal friendship.
Perfect. Tell me about the spell, please.
The spell lets you convince a beast that you mean it no harm. Choose a beast you can see, blah, 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 blah. If the beast's intelligence is 4 or higher, the spell fails. Otherwise, it has to make a wisdom saving throw.
I don't know if you know this about T-Rexes.
The smartest of all dinosaurs.
Smartest of all dinosaurs. The wisest of all dinosaurs. With a... What's your spell save DC?
15.
15. Roll the 10.
All right. He sees it and he yells, "Steve!"
Ah.
And he's like, "Nobody heard him!" And he starts kind of like cutting in that direction.
You all see Elk bolt north, like immediate, like 90-degree bolt from your direction you're supposed to be going, and you see Elk running, and from the tree line, a monster that none of you have ever seen before emerges from the trees, knocking down smaller saplings. The ground continues to shake with the rhythm of this thing running now as it heads towards you, Elk, to cut the distance. Ian, you suddenly realize what the fairy dragons were arguing about now, because it's not a dragon, it's not a basilisk, but it's something. And Steve comes barreling towards you, Elk, and like slides to a stop in front of you.
Excellent. As soon as he does, I'm casting Beast Bond.
Yeah.
Perfect.
So I'm establishing a telepathic link with a creature that is friendly or charmed by me.
Yep.
Again, spell fails if he's got intelligence of 4 or higher.
Yep. Intelligence of 2.
But until the spell ends, the link is active while we are in sight of each other, and he can understand my telepathic messages. And if necessary, while the link is active, he gains advantage on attack rolls against any creature within 5 feet of me that I can see. So I'm basically going to use him as our attack dog. Like, all right, guys, Steve's gonna clear the path.
Fantastic.
I believe in Steve.
How do you and Steve know each other?
Oh, he chose not to kill us last time I was here.
Okay.
So we
Why
became
are his
friends.
arms so short?
You can't just ask someone why their arms are short.
That's a good point. Oh my god, that's so rude of me. What if he falls over though?
Steve lets out this insane, like, this like whine of a roar that rumbles in your chest, and just like you hear more birds take flight and bounds off towards the fountain and to head in the direction that you leading the path that you guide him towards.
Excellent. Yep. So folks running right after him, running in his giant footprints. He's like, "Come on, guys."
Fantastic.
Adventure.
I will say, anyone listening, now would be a good time for some of those wandering monster donations as they head towards the portal. You all bolt towards the fountain. At the fountain, Elk, you will remember, there are two, on either side of the fountain, there are two exhibits of, again, boxes of glass. These ones containing furniture. Seemingly replicas of, now you realize, almost damn near replicas of Marble Cut's carousel office with books, the desk, chairs, and like just a bunch of objects. And like some of it actually kind of looks like it started off supposed to be looking like like a humble office, and then started filling with shit. However, the glass on this box is broken. As you bolt past it, you clock that. I need everyone else to roll me perception checks as you round the fountain and head north.
Perception.
17.
19.
24.
7.
So, man, that's fine. It's not your forte. I get it. I understand.
Too busy rocking the underground board.
Too busy rocking the underground board. You are just hauling ass underground. You know the direction. Roll me a survival check. Because you're not with everybody, right? You're underground?
I'm like peeking the head up kind of deal because I can do the surfboard jump and then burrow thing. So I imagine just sort of like and then back underground.
Roll me a survival check.
Oh no, a 6?
A 6.
Oh no.
Okay. Here's how we're going to do this.
I could add a D4, but nothing's gonna help.
Nope, that's not what I want. That's what I want. Brill. You emerge and realize that so on the map everyone else had been like skirting north, like this way.
Mm-hmm.
You kind of lost after the T-Rex, and after the T-Rex had taken off, you dove again, but ended up losing sight of everyone, and you dove kind of southward bound. As you emerge again, you realize that you were almost face to face with a large granite statue that looks like the man that was in all of the portraits. However, as you are about to dive out of its you see it and you're like this close to it and you go to move out of the way, Marblecut's face morphs into a giant mouth with sharp glistening teeth, and a giant tongue lashes out to grab you. As
Smack the shit out of it.
perfect, as the mimics that had been in that container had decided a statue was a better choice. So go ahead and roll your attack check.
All right, nobody's near me or within 5 feet of the creature, which means I get sneak attack.
Yep.
17 to hit.
17 will hit.
All right, and then so that should do the damage correctly. 1d6. Did it add any? No, it didn't add. Okay, that's what I forgot to do. So 3 plus 8 plus 2d6. Foundried. There it is.
Foundried. No, not Foundried.
There it is. Sneak attack. Okay. Damage. 11. So 3, 8, 19 points of damage.
Damn.
For the first attack. I will use my bonus action and I'll use one of my attacks. My second attack, I will use my, I'm trying to remember the name of this, my superior technique, which let me learn a fighter maneuver, and I'm going to use Commander's Strike.
Insane.
And I forget, I think it's Elk has the pistol.
Mm-hmm.
And so I just, as I'm coming out, whang! And I go, Elk! And I'll use Commander's Strike, and I point at it as I'm flying away, trying to, and I have, because I am a scoundrel, or whatever.
Swashbuckler.
Swashbuckler, thank you. Because I'm a swashbuckler, as long as I attack, it doesn't get opportunity attacks against me, and I will flee.
Okay. All right.
Towards the party. And so you get a free attack if you're within pistol range.
You are. You're on the.
How far?
You guys are like on the other side. I would say like 20 feet. You're on the other side of this curve, like here and here.
And
Not if
you
my
get-
gun misfires.
No, not the pistol.
Powder
Yeah,
got wet.
he turns around to try
Yeah, your
to
gunpowder
take a
got wet.
shot, but it was gunpowder got wet, so not so hot. Like, oh, son of a bitch! This is the fancy one too.
Your gun misfires. It doesn't explode when it misfires, it just jams, right?
I believe it. I don't believe it. Let me just triple check that.
Okay. I don't think it does, but I just
No,
want.
it just jams. Yeah,
Okay.
it just jams.
All right, cool. Because I know there's one where it's like real bad news. The rest of you hear Brill. You all see this happen as Brill lunges away from. As you lunge away from the statue, it doesn't get an attack of opportunity, but it does pursue. As
Sure.
it continues to morph out of the, it stays as a statue, but the statue kind of loses the pedestal it was on and just continues in like a humanoid form. Still granite and whatever, and just reaches out to you all. You all turn around at this, seeing and hearing this, as if anything else can go wrong. The waters in the fountain start to bubble and churn. And as you all look across the fountain towards your fleeing friend who's heading towards you with a mimic in tow, further tentacles come up out of the fountain. Smaller, but still a monstrosity size.
Aw, she had a baby.
Has baby krakens start to emerge from the
God.
fountain and start to reach for you. I'm gonna have them make a couple of attacks.
I'd like to cast Nope. Nope at a 9th level, please.
One of them actually does hit with a tentacle attack, because I don't think a... Yeah, let's do that. We'll say one hits, because I rolled a 5 and a 6, and even at a plus 12, I think that only hits Olive.
Me.
Alright, so we'll do one for Olive.
If any of them miss me, I can actually redirect the attack to hit somebody else. If they miss me, I can make them hit one of their allies.
2, 3.
The T-Rex only has an AC of 13. If that...
AC of 13. Okay. I'll say that the T-Rex is kind of... Steve has kind of gone further north. And is a little bit further away from this. Still within, like, that 5-foot, like, attack range, but not within the range of the tentacle. We're just going to keep it easy. So 1, 2, 3. Ian and Olive.
Mhm.
You both get hit with tentacles. Ian takes 7, 9 plus 7, 16 points of bludgeoning damage and are grappled. And so they drag you back into the fountain. Olive takes 10 points of bludgeoning damage and are also grappled by a different tentacle. And you both are lifted off of your feet and start to be pulled into the fountain. I will say everybody will start with Barry.
Oh crap.
If you're not ready, I can start somewhere else. You're just at the top
Yeah,
of
I'm
my...
thinking. So.
Okay. Elk.
He is going to action surge to unjam his freaking gun. Which requires, what is it?
Tinkering check.
Tinker check. Yeah.
Just proficiency plus Dex, I think? Dex or intelligence?
I think it's Dex. Tinker's Tools is... I think it's that.
We'll see Dex. That's fine.
Yeah. When we do it on Tuesday, on Wednesday nights we do Dex.
Then yes, Dex.
That's
I forgot you played. I thought I forgot
plus-
to done something too.
So that is night math 23.
23
To
absolutely hits.
unjam.
To unjam, yes, absolutely unjams.
Yes. Now he's going to try to take a couple of shots then.
Okay.
A dirty 20 and a 23.
Both hit.
Okay. Hello. Math is so hard. 24 points of damage.
Holy shit, yeah.
He's just aiming like at essentially he's trying not to hit anyone that's so he's gonna pick like Olive, and he's just gonna be like not trying to hit Olive, but like almost like the base of the tentacle to
So let's see. It rolled a, we'll say,
loosen up.
even a contested strength roll against that damage still loosens enough that all of you get dropped.
Okay.
I'm just making up mechanics at this point. You are still next to it.
Am I in the fountain or outside of the fountain?
You are just on the outside of the fountain. It hadn't quite brought you up and over the stonework to get into the water.
Okay.
Ian.
So first question, I assume I'm still outside the fountain?
Yes, still outside the fountain, same thing.
Okay. Second question, has it been a minute since the displacer beasts?
Yes.
Okay, so they're completely gone, doesn't matter.
Yep.
And third, can I proactively declare all the little fuzzy guys and as allies effectively to not be harmed by a 5th level spirit guardians?
Sure.
Because it's probably quite wet here.
Yeah, it
and
is.
These things are probably just like falling out of my pockets at this point.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you can absolutely declare them allies.
Yeah, so I'm going to blast up my bubble of spirit guardians, and these will show up as tiny little bipedal reptiles.
Tiny little
and just kind of swarming everywhere.
I love it. Absolutely. Go ahead and roll. That's a wisdom saving throw.
Yeah, DC 17.
Fails.
All right. Now I'll find where I stashed all my D8s.
Brill, you're going to be up next.
So that is 20 radiant damage.
Perfect. 20 radiant damage. It failed, so it takes the whole thing. And I'm going to say that the... Fuck it. Yeah, we'll roll percentile. 1 to 50. 1 to 50, excuse me. The little fuzzy guys do not hit the water yet. 50 or higher, or 51 or higher. And I rolled an 89. The excess tribbles basically start falling out of your pocket, like falling off of you and into the water. And immediately you watch, suddenly realizing that it was a really good idea that you were feeding them snacks, because they swarm the baby kraken, and the weight of them as they just pop, 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 and start replicating. The weight of them as they latch onto the kraken drags it under the water and away from you.
That's horrifying.
And it fails its strength check to keep you grappled, and you were released.
They're like fuzzy little piranhas.
Kinda, yeah. Brill.
Yeah, I'm gonna continue skateboarding and flying into the air, and I'm gonna use my boomerang shield to make a couple of attacks at that mimic.
Go ahead.
Nobody's grabbed by anything anymore.
Nope,
right?
nobody's grabbed by anything anymore. Everyone's free.
Yeah. then we're just going to take a couple of attacks at the mimic chasing me behind me. I've got a 60-foot move speed, so I'm pretty quick. I think I can keep him at bay, but I'm going to keep
You're faster than it.
chucking shields at him. So first attack is a 12 to hit.
12 is its natural armor. I say that players, ties go player. So yep, you do damage.
All right, and the second one 17. So that
17 will
also do damage. So first damage 4 plus 9 or plus 5 is 9 plus sneak attack. I lost it. Sneak attack. Where'd you go? There it is. 5, so 14 on the first hit, and oops, sorry, not that, just damage. 4 plus 5, so 9 on the second hit.
So 23.
Mhm.
Damn.
And then I will keep skedaddling. Oh, I'll use my bonus action to use. I gotta remember the name of the ability. Sorry.
I know it's 10th level. It's a lot of stuff.
Yeah, a lot of new stuff. And I chose a class that I can play. Misdirection. So as I like scoot past the mimic, I'll smack it with the shield again, and I'm trying to like lure it. Is it close enough that it could feasibly attack one of the kraken tentacles at this point?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so I'll like swoop under the kraken tentacle, hit the mimic in the quote unquote kidneys, and try to get it to attack the mimic. So it needs to make an intelligence saving throw, DC 17.
I don't know if you know this about mimics. Fails.
All right, so it must use its reaction to attack the kraken.
It will do so. You just watch as this seemingly like very flattering statue just leans over and just latches onto one of the baby krakens and just like rips a tentacle off.
Hell yeah, I'm out.
Olive, you are free.
I am free. I don't know why I just rolled a bunch of dice on my computer. No. Are there kraken tentacles within grappling distance of me?
Yep. Still tentacles within grappling distance. Nobody has reached for you yet, though.
Nobody's reached for me yet.
Correct.
Same with Ian.
Same with Ian.
How close am I and Ian?
I would say you guys are like 10 feet apart. You're within his spirit guardians.
Am I within dimension dooring distance to grab him to get us both away from all the tentacles?
I'd say you can close the 5 foot distance you can step the 5 feet to get there. Yeah.
Are you cool to get away from tentacles?
Yes.
Or do you want to stand near tentacles?
Maybe later, but not this time.
Okay. Yeah. We'll talk about that part later. I will go. Yeah, just to get us out of the general vicinity of the
I assume you head like north up here probably.
Yeah, probably head north, but keep us within decent distance of the rest of our group in case there's problems.
Sounds good.
More problems.
All right, with that in mind, Barry, you are muted, my friend.
So what is still around? What do we have? How many
You have two baby krakens that you can see with like tentacles coming out. One of which is being dragged under the water by the fuzzies. You also have an irate mimic that is attacking the other kraken, but could easily at any time turn on your retreating friends.
But everyone else is like running.
Everyone else is starting to turn and run.
Okay. Honestly, she's just gonna run after her. She's just gonna run.
That's fair. Totally fair. All right. You all bolt have created enough distractions to run. I will say at this point, your T-Rex escort clears the way, roaring the entire time and scaring pretty much anything else that would try and attack you as you bolt. You do hear the sounds in the distance behind you of destruction and further buildings being crushed, but nothing near you as you approach the north gate.
Probably all the fuzzies that got released in the water trench that we were running through.
Yep.
The real monster in the park.
The real monster in the park. Little do you know, next time
They
someone
just
comes
keep-
back here, they just keep multiplying.
Oops, all tribbles.
Oops, all tribbles.
Is
They
there-
just keep multiplying.
So
Triple
like
bubble
up
gum.
to the max, like the limits of the
Mhm.
demiplane, someone's just gonna open the thing and it's just gonna be tribbles.
Pour out.
Yep.
Yeah, they
Pretty
just start
much.
pouring out.
Just a fire hose of these guys blasting out through the portal.
Yep. You all approach the north gate and see the inert teleportation circle. I'm just gonna say Elk has the
Crystal?
crystal.
Sure.
You hit the. You see like chaos behind you, but no one is pursuing, thankfully. And you all manage to step onto the teleportation circle and crush the crushed crystal. Arcane lights erupt from beneath your feet, nearly blinding all of you as you feel that sucking feeling of like your body both being condensed and extracted through time and space. And you appear just outside Stillsong's tower with a reptilian friend.
Oh,
Yes.
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 Was that part of the mistake? He looks hungry.
He's not that hungry right now.
Right now.
Sorry.
Will he eat us?
They don't feed him.
Mm,
I know what a predator's eyes look
I
like.
mean, he's my friend for at least 24 hours, so we're fine.
And that, my friends,
For at least 24 hours.
for at least 24 hours, is the success of the party having returned from Titan Park and the lost Demiplane.
Yay.
We didn't
Yay!
say that.
team.
Good job, you guys!
And as Ian gets to the other side, he will immediately go, dang it, I forgot to grab a t-shirt.
Oh, shit.
You were...
We were supposed to go out through the gift shop.
That's right. We forgot about the gift shop.
It's fine. We can go back.
Barry wanted like a kraken hat, like with the
Tentacle.
I feel like that we need to keep monitoring on this thing so that at some point in the middle of the night, it's just going to start spewing out a bunch of little tribbles.
Now it's the triple
Probably.
dimension.
Mm-hmm. It is.
Anyone who needs additional food, summon a portal to the triple dimension. Unlimited food supply.
We need Titan Park merch now. Yes, we do. We need Titan Park merch. I think somebody needs to draw us a logo. That'd be amazing. I'm gonna write that down actually. Titan Park merch. All right, friends. Thank you all for those who were
Yeah.
watching and donating. Thank you so much to those who donated. Thank you to my players for playing with me.
Thanks
was-
for running.
Nice for, yeah.
Yeah,
Oh,
it
it
was
was
a lot of fun.
so
Thank
much
you.
fun. I'm glad you guys had fun and putting up with the craziness that is this park. Thank you for taking the time out of your day to help with a wonderful cause. For those that donated, thank you, thank you, thank you. For those that shared on our socials, that's such a huge help. You have no idea. We really appreciate your support always. And yeah, it's time for a break for my players and myself, and to maybe go spread some democracy later.
Manage democracy.
But yeah, a wonderful tabletop appreciation.
Mhm.
We'll be back next Wednesday for some Wednesday night dice, where 2 of the donation incentives, the D4 donation incentives, also apply. I can't say anything about the Wandering Monsters. I don't DM that one. Actually, check out Dustin's page on Extra Life, because I feel like he has a Wandering Monster incentive. I think it's like $50, but it's not, it's there, I'm pretty sure. But yeah, thanks for all who played and watched and joined us. A very successful tabletop appreciation. We will have more as the year goes on. I want to do something we're going to do something for Pride. We'll do something probably for Halloween. And then obviously first weekend in November, I believe, is going to be our Extra Life stream. So stay tuned as we fundraise throughout the year.
Yay.
Thanks, everyone.
I did, in fact,
Bye.
smuggle 2
Bye,
tribbles out.
Internet.
You did. You did.
And I have another one, I
Be
think.
prepared for that.
You do
The
have
next
another
one's
one. Next time. All
Next time.
right, friends. Goodbye, internet.
Bye, internet.
Goodbye.
Bye, internet.